Well, good morning, everyone. I am Brianna Rossa, the Office and Events Coordinator for the Small Business Center. Welcome to 2021 Planning for Profit. This is an annual event that targets the small business community in the Bay of Quinte region. This event is hosted by us, the Small Business Center, year after year, where you get the chance to learn and network with the attendees and speaker. This virtual event is a spectacular opportunity for entrepreneurs to connect with business leaders, gain firsthand knowledge from today's expert. Today's event brings together businesses within our area in various stages of development for an open exchange of ideas, advice, feedback, led by today's speaker. Today's webinar will start at 9 a.m. and we will hopefully wrap up around 1:45 p.m. I would like to say thank you to our partners that made this possible. A first partner that I would like to introduce is Eileen Brown, the Business and Loans Advisor for Trendval.
Good morning, everyone. As Brianna introduced, I am Eileen Brown, Business and Loans Advisor for Trendval Business Development Corporation. We are a not-for-profit organization that works alongside of Small Business Center, helping businesses through various tools, resources, and I do financing particularly. I just wanted to say quickly, Trendval and the Quinte Business Center is located on the territory of the Huron-Wendat and Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee people, excuse my pronunciation. We acknowledge our shared obligation and respect, honor, and sustain these lands and natural resources contained within. Please also take a moment in acknowledgement of the first National Truth and Reconciliation Day in support of Every Child Matters. As together, we acknowledge the harm that Canada's residential school system had on generations of Indigenous families and their communities. Orange Shirt Day is an opportunity for First Nations, local governments, schools, and communities and organizations such as ourselves to come together in the spirit of reconciliation and hope for the generations of children to come. Thank you all, and enjoy this wonderful Bridges event that Brianna's put on, and our fabulous speaker, Penny Tremblay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eileen. I'd also like to introduce another one of our partners, FedDev. So today we've got Franca Pampiano, Manager of the Small Business Service from Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
Thank you, Brianna. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not on camera. I woke up with a very bad cold, and I'm going to save you all from the sight of it. I just wanted to say that we're always delighted to be part of the events, and I'm delighted to be here on behalf of the agency. So we are the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, or FedDev Ontario. For those who are not familiar with us, our mandate is to strengthen economic capacity for innovation, entrepreneurship, and collaboration, and promote the development of a strong and diversified Southern Ontario economy. As Brianna mentioned, I work with the Small Business Services section, and our goal is to help Ontario entrepreneurs access government business information. We provide free information and resources on starting and running a business in Ontario, such as business planning resources and secondary market research. It continues to be a challenging time for everyone. We're here again virtually today, like we were last year. And small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, are still facing economic hardship and uncertainty resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that SMEs are a key part of our economy. And I'm really happy to be here today to recognize the contribution that everyone makes, and to really recognize again the showing of perseverance and hard work and determination and ambition, especially over the last year and a half. SMEs have also shown incredible agility and the ability to embrace change and adapt over the past year and a half. So throughout the pandemic, SMEs have also been a critical part of our health, safety, security, and the daily activities. And we know that, from the past year and a half, that those have played such a huge role in, the richness that our lives have and the quality of our life. From the outset of the pandemic, FedDev Ontario moved quickly to deliver relief funding to help businesses and organizations keep staff employed and prepare for a more stable future. The Regional Relief and Recovery Fund provided critical support to more than 40,000 businesses in Southern Ontario, protecting approximately 71,000 jobs during a critical period of time. FedDev Ontario continues now to offer assistance through the Canada Community Revitalization Fund, the Jobs and Growth Fund, the Major Festivals and Events Support Initiative, the Air Transportation Initiative, the Tourism Relief Fund, and the Aerospace Regional Recovery Initiative. I encourage all of you to call us and speak to one of our knowledgeable information contact center agents. We can be reached at 1-888-576-4444. So today I'd like to again thank the Small Business Center, Brianna and her team, all the partners as well who were involved in putting together today's event. And I want to thank also just in general for their valued partnership and their continued hard work and service to SMEs all year round. I look forward to this event. It sounds like it's going to be a great one, and just wanted to take this opportunity, to wish all of you continued professional and personal success and good health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Franca. So I'd like to go over a little bit of today's schedule. So we will have approximately a 15-minute break in between each of the 4 modules. So we'll start from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. will be module 1, the big picture. From 10:15 to 11:15, module 2, what's happening. 11:30 to 12:30 is module 3, which is goal clarity. And then 12:45 to 1:45 is module 4, tracking and accountability. I sent out to everyone a workbook. She will go over everything today as she is in Penny. I would also like to mention a few other things before we get started. This will be recorded, so if you're not able to stay the entire time, that is completely fine. We will send you the recording afterward. Just a reminder, if you're not speaking or you've not been asked to unmute, please keep your mics off at all times. This will be recorded and sent to you. It will be uploaded to YouTube, but this will be a private recording. So the only way you will receive the YouTube link, no one will be able to find it without having the physical link. So this will not be available to the public. It will only be available to the people that have registered for this event. If you have any questions at all, please direct them to the chat, and I will be monitoring the chat box for the entire day. We will go through questions throughout each module, and especially at the very end of each module, if you have any very specific questions that you want to ask Penny. And then without further ado, I'd like to introduce Penny Tremblay. She's a genuine entrepreneur, founding the Tremblay Leadership Center with relationship strategies, training, and keynotes internationally for 20 plus years. Thousands have benefited from the skills and confidence to be productive, play nice in the sandbox, and climb the ladder of success. Inspiring edu training, this workshop guarantees long-lasting impact. And I'd like to introduce Penny Tremblay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brianna and Frank and Eileen, for making this possible, for Luke for being here today. I'll let Luke introduce himself in a moment. I'm Penny. I live in North Bay, Ontario. I've been an entrepreneur for a few decades already. In fact, I'm such an entrepreneur that I'm 100% unemployable. But that's okay because I've learned to write my own plan. And that's what I want to teach here today. I'm also a business growth advisor with PERO, Center for Women's Enterprise. And so I've had an opportunity for the last 5 going on 6 years to take a really good close look inside a lot of businesses and help entrepreneurs really expand their thinking. And the program that I'm going to deliver for you today is an accumulation of everything I've ever learned from different places along the way. But there was one very defining moment for me that I want to tell you about. And it happened at my very first Paro event. It was International Women's Day. No, it wasn't. It was Paro's very first appearance in North Bay in conjunction with our small business center. And I went as a vendor. I set up a booth and I went as a participant, and I was so excited to, sit and learn for a day. And the mayor did an introduction in the morning, and he recognized a few women that he saw there. It was a women's event. And one of them, he said, over there is Vicky Payne-Mantha, and she's become a very successful entrepreneur. And if you don't know her, I highly recommend that you go meet her today. So first break, I went over and I met her. I said, hey, I'm Penny Tremblay. I'm an aspiring millionaire, because I was on a quest to meet female millionaires, but that was really hard to do because apparently we don't have as many as we should. So I asked her in that brief conversation if she would mentor me. And the reason I asked her that was because she told me briefly in our conversation that one of her strengths was planning and executing her plan. And I thought, oh, you know what, that just happens to be my weakness. So I asked her if she'd mentor me, and she said yes. And she taught me how to plan better and execute better. And since I've been using this system, which just keeps getting better and better every year, and now I'm teaching it to you, since I've been using it, I've doubled my income every year. So if you can imagine how that happens, my financial planner is like, wow, usually we look at 10, 15% growth, but you're growing in leaps and bounds. And I think the magic here is that we all have such great potential, but we have a very limited resource called time. And when we plan in advance, we end up using our time in a very strategic way, rather than doing this and that and everything else, because there's lots we could be doing, but what should we be doing to reach that goal? And what I've learned is that a lot of people don't have a goal, and a lot of people don't have a vision, and a lot of people don't have a plan to get there. And so that was a major defining moment for me. And I am going to share this program with you, and it's a beast of a program. So what I mean by that, especially module 1, if you're exhausted by 11:15 or whatever time Brianna said we're going to be done module 1, it's heavy. And module, I'll go over the modules briefly with you in a moment, but module 2, 3, and 4 are lighter. And the interesting thing about doing this work is the outcome. Okay, so here's a couple things that I will guarantee you, okay? If you execute this plan, you will have more peace, more inner peace. All the overwhelm of all the things that you have to do will be on paper. So Zig Ziglar is a very famous motivational sales trainer. He's no longer living, but he used to say, let paper remember so you can forget. And when I did this plan and I had everything on paper, it was like, like a windshield wiper went by and took off every piece of information that was spinning in my mind, causing me to be in this frantic state of overwhelm. And that in itself, no matter who you are here today, if you are a business owner, if you have a full-time job, work for an organization, or even just a family member or an individual who wants to use some of these strategies to have a goal and have a plan and do what you're supposed to do today without worrying about a million other things, this is definitely going to be great for you. So thanks for your comments in the chat. I do have an eye on them. A little one corner of my eye goes there. I'm going to share a PowerPoint presentation with you as we go along today. I'm also going to share the workbook. So I highly recommend that you have the workbook. Brianna said that she sent it to you. Brianna, if you could drop that in the chat even, and I'll tell you a little bit about the resources that we have available for you today. So first of all, we have a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to show you, and we have a PDF document called Planning for Profit that Brianna is going to send. So hold on a second here. I'm working a couple monitors. Okay. So fun little presentation file we've got going here. And I imagine that you can see it, and you might even be able to see me in the corner of the screen. Am I right? Great. I know that because I've learned to have a second monitor and I can see exactly what you can see. Okay. All right. So planning for profit, that's what we call this. And when you expand your business, you're going to want to have a solid plan. Or first of all, if you want to expand your business, you need a plan. And by planning your work and working your plan, you'll use your time more effectively and you'll gain traction. And speaking of traction, there's a really great book called Traction, and it's written by Gino Wickman, and it is an excellent program for entrepreneurs as well. You'll find some similarities between the EOS program, which Gino Wickman writes about. EOS stands for Entrepreneur Operating System. And this program also has years and decades of other tips and tricks. So traction is what we're looking for, right? Like we want to scale up, we want to stop spinning our wheels, and we want to create a really solid foundation that combines your vision with your market and your goals, and then, create some action items to work with from there. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to work on that. So there's 4 program modules, as Brianna said. We're going to do 4 hours, 1 hour per module. Kinda. And here's the kinda. Well, module 1 is a lot bigger than the rest. So we might spend a little bit more time on module 1 before we move on, but we'll definitely be finished on time today. So that's my preamble. Luke, it's a great time for you to introduce yourself, and I'm going to cue up the workbook as you're talking.
Great, thanks, Penny. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Luke with the Small Business Center, but I do see a lot of familiar names in the virtual audience this morning. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you to Eileen for our land acknowledgement this morning, and to Franca for helping us put this together, and for Brianna's hard work as she sort of wraps up all the loose ends and brings us to this event. I want to just mention real quick, because really Penny's the one with all the knowledge this morning, but in response to her comment about time, today you're investing some time. You're going to be here for a little bit of time, and I encourage you all to continue to invest time into actually executing what you're going to learn today. And Penny is full of knowledge, can obviously provide you with some support, and moving from today forward, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to either myself or Penny Trombley directly, and have fun, enjoy it. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Penny.
Thank you very much, Luke. So going forward, I highly recommend that you lean on the people who are showing up here to surround you today to say, if you need some help, reach out to me. If you need an accountability partner, if you have questions and so on, this is really worth the time that it takes to do. And if any of you feel like you don't have time for this, that is probably an indication that you need it more than you think. So this is the workbook that I'm sharing with you here. And you can work with this on screen or you can print it out. It's up to you. It's a lot of paper. It's 30 pages. But the program is designed to assist entrepreneurs wanting to expand, and it's suitable for businesses between 1 and 100 employees. This is a comprehensive program that takes you through the steps. It also has an Excel spreadsheet tracking system, which we haven't circulated yet. We will when it's time. But not only will you have a written plan that you can review often. I've printed mine out, and not only will you have a written plan, but you will also have a tracking sheet, and you'll be getting into a rhythm of going and looking at where you're at. And I'll teach you that in module 4. So here we go. Here is our agenda in closer detail. Module 1, we're going to look at the big picture, like why you're even in business. What is your niche? What are your values? What's your customer segment or your target market? What's your unique value proposition? What's your proven plan or your change model? What's your 10-year vision look like? And what is your accountability chart? So that's a lot. And the interesting thing about module 1 is that although it takes some time to put together, if you've written a business plan, you probably have some of these components already done. If you've done a business model canvas, if you've ever worked with a business advisor, you probably have a lot of this already done. You might want to fine tune it and polish it up. And if you don't have this done, it's okay. You can do this. And the thing about planning is it's a living, breathing document. It's not like, you etch it into stone and then you follow it because, well, we have surprises along the way, like COVID or, different challenges and things pop up or opportunities pop up, like amazing funding that you already heard about this morning from FedDev. And so things shift and move along the way. But module 1, once you take the time to do it, you probably won't have to redo it year after year. Module 2, 3, and 4, you do. Okay, so module 1 takes a little bit more time to do, but it won't shift and change that much year after year. In module 2, we're going to look at what's happening in your business, and when we do this, we're going to look backward and we're going to look forward at the same time. And by the way, that's really exhausting. If you ever wonder why you're so tired when you're doing strategic planning and you're looking in both directions, there's something energetically that is really draining there. So, but we're going to take a look at what's happening in your business. We're going to do a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. We're going to record issues for our business, and we're going to talk about capabilities and resources to leverage or develop. This was probably like another defining moment for me when I did this piece right here. So it's designed to help you solve your problems. In module 3, we're going to look at goal setting, and we're going to look at that 10-year goal that you set in module 1, and we're going to break it down. Where do I want to be in 3 years? Where do I want to be in 1 year? What are my goals for this year? And what priorities do I need to accomplish to get there? And so as my mentor, Vicki Payne-Mantha, taught me, when you do a strategic plan, all the fine minutia of details are in the upcoming year. The years beyond that, there's stuff written, but it's not like so specific, right? So we're going to do that in module 3. We're gonna create, we're gonna narrow down all the things that you need to be doing now. And then in module 4, we're going to be looking at how do we track this and how do we hold ourselves accountable to it? And this is where the rubber meets the road. This is why I doubled my income year after year. And that's because I was keeping score, right? So we've got a fun sports analogy coming up in that module. Basically, we'll look at establishing a meeting rhythm for success so that you can go on and measure your success along the way, because we definitely need to be implementing what we've done here. So this is what your document looks like. Just a note about it, we circulated the PDF and the Word version is available as well. Some people prefer the Word version so that they can type and everything shifts down and moves around. And, after the fact, if you want the Word version, talk to Brianna about that and she will send it to you. So the big picture is where we want to start. And, what we basically want to be looking at here is what's the purpose? Why are we in business? Like, why are we doing what we're doing? And I think that that's a really important contemplation, because we definitely, we need a strong why. We need to wake up in the morning and feel invigorated to tackle the challenges of the day. And as well as I do, we don't feel like that every morning. Like, we just don't bounce out of bed just because and, feel like we're on fire. We need to have some motivation, some inspiration, and the purpose of why you're in business, that is going to help you get there. So I highly recommend that you give some thought to that. And I encourage you to think really big today, because I'm a big believer in the law of attraction, and I'm not here to put my beliefs on you, but I will give you stories of why mindset is so important. Okay. So today, imagine that you're opening up the catalog of the universe and you get to pick whatever you want, and so, like, don't pick the little teeny tiny cherries off the tree, like, pick the big cherries, pick the ones that are big and red and ripe and fat, and the ones that you never even thought possible, but you've always wanted. Like, pick that, because, why not? Why not think big? If you have your hands in with your small business center and the things that they put on, like the Spark Center, like I see Kathy Ireland's here today, and you plug into things like that and you listen to other entrepreneurs and how they've grown, and it's just mind-boggling. You think, like, oh my gosh, like, how did that happen? Well, it happened here first. Everything happens here first. So you can't go higher than your thoughts. So think really big, because the worst thing that can happen is that you don't achieve the highest height that you're thinking, but you're going to come in pretty close. All right. So think big, be bold. Don't be afraid to think big. Your corporate purpose that you're looking at here in the workbook is about why. Why does it matter? Why are you doing what you're doing? Why do you have this business that you have? A little bit about my business. I'm in the business. I teach people how to play nice in the sandbox at work. And when they don't, I help them fix broken relationships. Why? Well, because corporations spend over $300 billion every year on conflict, and profits can be used for better things. You want climate change? Great. That costs money. You want research in advance, you want to end this pandemic, you want to have all the tools and skills and fancy things and feed the hungry and all of that. Great. These things cost money. Let's stop wasting money on conflict. That's my why. Okay. So when you have a strong why, you can deal with any what. And this is why your corporate purpose is important. Why does your business even exist? So on page 3 of your workbook, you'll see that this is going to build a great deal of enthusiasm, not just for you, but for your team as well, right? For your team as well. Tell you another quick story about a business between North Bay and Toronto that I pass by often when I'm driving to Southern Ontario, to Toronto. And it's in and around the Muskokas, and it's called Weber's, and it's a little charcoal grilled hamburger station that has grown into like a multi-million-dollar business. They have a laser focused why, and that is to get people in and out in 3 to 5 minutes. That's their why. Interesting. They don't want to have the best burgers, and they don't want to have the best fries, and they don't want to have, make a lot of money. They want to get people in and out in 3 to 5 minutes. Why? Because people are on their way to or from the cottage. Why? Because they want to have as much time possible relaxing. So from that laser focused why, they've built a multi-million-dollar hamburger joint that has put out all of the other businesses that have come close to trying to take business from them, like New York Fries and Licks Burgers and so on. Like nothing survives in the area because they have all the business. And they've even put a privately owned bridge over a 4-lane highway. It's the only privately owned bridge in the Trans-Canada Highway in our country. They paid millions of dollars to put it in. Why? Well, because they wanted to get people coming in the other direction. It's a 4-lane highway, and they wanted to be able to safely transport people coming from the other direction, because people were pulling over on the side of the highway and trying to cross 4 lanes of traffic on foot to get their hamburgers. So, you can see how this is using very simple language, to get people in and out in 3 to 5 minutes, or, to help corporations use profits for better things. So think beyond the money or the goals. And sorry, I just realized that my slide wasn't showing. Sorry, I meant for you to be seeing this slide while I was talking about that. Think beyond the money or the goals. Why does my business exist? Okay, so you want to be concise, you want to use simple language, and you want to think beyond money or goals. Now, this is kind of like crossing into the marketing territory. And one thing I've learned about writing my own marketing is it's way harder than working on someone else's marketing. We get so inundated with all that we know that it's really hard to come out with something very simple. So if you're questioning some of these things, ask someone else. Ask one of your customers, how they see your business, or because it's been in really listening to people that I have developed what I have today. In fact, here's a memory. It was a snowstorm. I walked into Trenval Business Center, cold call. I'd never been there before. And I said, hi, I'm Penny Tremblay, and I'm here today representing Pero. Can I talk to somebody? And it was a snowstorm, and I had driven like 6 hours to get there because I was doing a keynote in the area for a businesswomen's Christmas dinner. And my executive director from Pero asked me to stop in there to Trenval. I met Amber Darling that day. And Amber, and I think it was Eileen, we got talking about my new brand, which is Play Nice in the Sandbox. And at that point, I was just rebranding from the Tremblay Leadership Center to Play Nice in the Sandbox. And we had such an informative, valuable conversation in that moment. Saved me a ton of money and a ton of time, because somebody said to me, don't change your company name, the Tremblay Leadership Center, to Play Nice in the Sandbox. Just brand Play Nice in the Sandbox, kind of like McDonald's is McDonald's. I'm the Tremblay Leadership Center, but McDonald's Big Mac is my Play Nice in the Sandbox program, training and conflict resolution. Wow, like, can you imagine if I didn't hear that little piece of advice? So ask other people, lean on your business advisors. They're experts in what they do. And that will help you gain little tidbits of information. Also ask your customers. Also ask, random people who know a little bit about you. Maybe your friends, maybe your family. Be careful with other people's opinions, however, who really don't know anything about business. My mom thought Play Nice in the Sandbox was a dumb idea. Glad I didn't listen to her. So did one of my coaches, by the way. And I'm not saying that these people are dumb. I'm saying that it's a good thing that I listened to my own intuition after I gained the feedback, right? So on page 4 in your workbook and here on the screen, what I want you to pay attention to here are what's your niche, okay? So your niche is like your specialty. What are you really good at, okay? So when you become an expert in one thing, it outweighs trying to be a jack of all trades or a Jill of all trades. And so here's a personal story for me. Back when I was the Tremblay Leadership Center, I had maybe 2 decades of doing all kinds of training. And I could do presentations on a lot of different things. But when I started working with a coach, she said, pick a lane and stick in it, stick in your lane. Like imagine driving across a 6-lane highway and you're just switching lanes all the time to get all the business that you possibly can. That's what I was doing. So I was really unclear when people asked me what I did. I'd be like, well, I'm in the leadership training business. I teach things like effective communication, managing change, dealing with difficult people. And it was like, blah, 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 too much information. Nobody cares because you're not really giving them, something clear and concise. Over the years, when I picked a lane, I picked workplace relationships. And when I really got deeper into my lane, I started realizing the problem with workplace relationships is conflict. And from conflict, then I started developing the Sandbox brand. And that brand actually came from an elevator pitch that I figured out when I said, I teach people how to play nice in the sandbox. And people would perk up and they'd laugh and they'd relate to it. And I thought, I'm onto something here with the sandbox. So my whole brand came from an elevator pitch that was working. And I had a lot of elevator pitches before that just weren't delivering the results. So my point is pick a lane, find your niche. What are your gifts? What do you love doing? What are you really good at that other people aren't so good at? Or how can you combine a few things to create a niche? And that's where the riches are. So the riches are in the niches. Basically, what this means is that the finer the point of the pin that you can stick into the globe and say, this is what I do, this is my expertise, the more expansive your market becomes, because we are playing in a global sandbox, right? And so what you have doesn't necessarily have to suit all the people in your community of North Bay or Belleville or Port Hope or whatever. It has to, we get to have customers all over the world now. So get really good at one thing that you do and master it. And just so you know, it doesn't mean you won't pick up other business and customers along the way. It's just that you'll get really well known for the thing that you do well at. So the 3 points at the bottom of this slide, basically when you niche down, you get to better understand your customers, what their problems are, your competitors, what they offer, and you get to more clearly describe what you do for these people and increase your online visibility when people are looking for what you have, because you're talking about your niche and you're writing about your niche and you have keywords about your niche. And so you're not all over the map, you're not all over the road, you're just focused, like getting people in and out for a burger in 3 to 5 minutes. Like that's a pretty laser pointed niche, right? So it's hard for me to watch the chat while I'm doing this presentation, while I'm running PowerPoint, because it takes up my whole screen. So Brianna, if there's any questions, feel free to just stop me.
Yes, I will for sure will. Please don't direct message Penny Tremblay, just put it in the chat. And if you don't want anyone to see your question or say who it's from, you can always direct message myself, okay?
Great. On page 4 then of your workbook, you're going to have an opportunity to enter in your business niche, okay? You're going to be able to there's a page, hold on, I don't want to make you dizzy here. What's my business niche? So here's some examples, okay? Orville Redenbacher niche, popcorn, period. Simple, right? Zappos.com. This is an example of having a niche that's built from a few different features and benefits, like shoes. Okay, I don't know if you know who Zappos is, but Zappos.com is a very, very clever, brilliant .com company. And they sell shoes, but they offer free delivery and returns. So that's unique, right? So by combining, like they're not the only people that do free delivery, because Amazon does free delivery, right? If you have a Prime membership, but they do free delivery and return. So when they compile a few things, that's their niche, that's their focus, that gives them their edge in business. So, it says write your short answers in your tracking document. We're going to get there. Okay. We're going to get there. You can write your short answers on no paper for now, or on your document if you've printed it. Type it onto the PDF if you're that talented and you have the software to do that. But we'll get to the tracking document after. So values. Let's talk about values. Values are basically like lamp posts in the dark, or like a lighthouse for a ship. It's like a guiding principle, and you can use it internally to create the culture and to maintain and attract a team of like-minded people. Or if you're not at that point where you have a team yet, you can use it for your own self to discern some of the things that you're doing or not doing, how you're doing them, what you're writing about, how your marketing looks or doesn't look, or whatever. So, example, I gave you mine, okay? My values, to give and be rich. We offer high value first, and then we're highly rewarded. That actually comes from the topic title of my first book, Give and Be Rich. It's about relationships. It's about giving first and not expecting a return. Okay. Offer high value first. That's one of our values here at the Tremblay Leadership Center. Second one, we play nice in our own sandbox by really living the 8 steps that we teach to others. Easier said than done. It's easier to write 100 books than it is to live the principles of the one that you've written. And especially when it comes to playing nice, because there's always conflict and there's always change. And so we have to walk our talk and be in integrity with who we are and how we are. Number 3, consistently build and nurture relationships. Number 4, increase people's self-worth with every interaction that we have with them. And number 5, foster rich relationships. Rich relationships. We're constantly putting deposits into the bank accounts of the people that we serve. And that just doesn't mean money. That means compliments or good service or good work or, lending that extra helping hand. Those are my values for my company, which my team has to play by. And so in order to discover your values, you might want to think about 3 people who you'd invite to help you lead your business. Okay. Imagine you're hiring and you're hiring your C-suite executives. Who would you bring into your business? If you could have anyone, who would you bring in, and what characteristics or qualities do they personify? Write those qualities down as options. For example, it could be they have a high integrity, they're very authentic, they make great decisions, they're honest, positive, whatever. Okay, write down the characteristics that you value, and then determine your core values by selecting 3 to 7 values. Remember that ancient Chinese proverb, less is more. Okay, you don't have to have 7. If you only have 3, great, easy, Weber's has 1. Easier. It's easy to train people on 1 value. Here, we get people in and out the door in 3 to 5 minutes. that's how their training plan basically starts with their employees. All right. So let's hear from you. Can you give me one example of a value that's important to you? Go ahead and unmute anytime, and let's hear your
Trust and integrity.
Okay, good. Thank you, Sandra.
If I can't trust them, I don't need to be working with them, because once you trust somebody, and you always have to go back and make sure that that's still all together. But once you trust somebody, you don't have to worry about the work they're doing.
That's right.
Checking in with them, that's good.
Absolutely. Okay. So trust and integrity. I'm going to write that down here so I can type. Okay. Thanks, Sandra. Who else wants to add something to our meeting here? So what we're looking for is qualities that you value. Someone else?
I would say relationships and excellence. I say relationship because you can do the work, but you need to have that structure of, okay, having a good relationship in which the work can be done. And also the excellence of the work. Of course, if you come back to, let's say, a client or a customer and the work has not been up to par, then they're usually going to go find someone else.
Okay, excellent. Okay, I couldn't see because I couldn't move my screen around. Who said that?
Renee.
Thank you, Renee.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, anyone else? What do you value?
I'm going back in there with passion, because they have to love what they're doing. That's where we build our team, so that we can all be passionate about our own area of work.
Good, excellent. Okay, so these are values that you have for yourself, and they're values that you hope to have for your team, or you insist on your team having. These are really great ways to hire and terminate. Okay, I mean, not that it's ever a great way to terminate, but if like Sandra just said, if people don't share the passion, and they'd be best suited for another organization where they do, then great. Then fine, make the shift, make the change. So from the list of values that you indicate, you will be able to you'll be able to build your list of values if you don't have it already, or polish it or tweak it. And I will just clear that before I move on here. Okay. I need to use some Zoom tools. Okay, can you, all right, so let's move on to customer segment. All right, this is your target market. And so basically we are on page 6 of your workbook, and we're going to take a look. And why we're going to take a look, because we have a slide here for you. So going back, I don't think I showed you this slide, but this is the slide that has a lot of different values on it. So there's a lot in here. There's professionalism, commitment, there's community, there's accountability, respect, and so on. So I'll just leave that up for a moment, because I think it's really valuable. And then I'll move on to the customer segment. If there's any values on this slide that you'd like to consider using as one of your top 1, 2, or 3, then just jot them down. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's talk about your target market. And I call it your customer segment. Depending on the business training that you've received, you may call it one thing or another, but basically it's like, what are you chasing, right? Today I'm wearing my Truth and Reconciliation t-shirt, which is orange, but speaking of orange, reminds me of hunting. If we're going hunting, we know what we're going hunting for, right? If we're going hunting for partridge, we don't need a high power rifle, right? And we walk trails where we might see partridge clearly. If we're hunting for moose, well, we're going completely equipped with something different. And so I don't really, I don't like my hunting analogy anymore, but you get my point, right? We're not here to kill anything today, but what we want to do is really identify what we're chasing, like who is our customer. And by looking at the different options that I'm going to bring to your attention here, you're going to really determine who your customer is, and you'll invest time bringing on better clients and not waste time with prospects that are not a good fit for you. So it's really important that you define who your customer is. When I was writing my first book, I talked to the publisher and they said, who's your target market? And I said, everyone. And they said, that's very amateur response. Okay, because I think everyone could benefit from my book. But if I had to pick a target market of person who would really enjoy my book, it would be women about my age, because, I guess I wrote it from that perspective. So it taught me a really good lesson in that boardroom meeting when they told me that my answer was amateur. Okay, sure, whatever you have for sale, could be used by anyone, but, if you had to pick, who are you picking? And based on who you're picking, you're going to define your product in a certain way. If you're appealing to women, well, you might want to pick colors that resonate with women. If you're appealing to a certain age group, a certain ethnicity, you will have different answers. So on page 6, you've got your customer segment page. And basically what you're doing here is you're looking at the characteristics of your ideal customers in 3 ways. You're looking at what's their geographics, like where are they? And what's their demographics? Okay, are you in a B2B, like are you a business serving businesses? Or are you in a B2C, a business serving customers? What is their gender, age, income? What is the typical demographic of the customer that you are seeking? And then what's their psychographics, meaning what do they value? What are their needs and their thoughts? So for me, in my business, this was really important because, it's important for everybody's, but when I really got it, I realized that I had been creating content and investing time and money, sending it out, marketing for about a decade, realizing that I was chasing the wrong market. I was writing for people coming to my seminars, but they're not hiring me, okay? They're just coming to my seminars. And so I realized that I needed to start writing and marketing to the people who were paying me, not the people who were coming to my seminars. So that was a big shift. And, old habits die hard, like old thought patterns take a while to change. So, it's taken me about 5 years to turn my mental ship around. But now I'm writing for HR managers and executive directors and people who are troubled by workplace conflict. That's who I write for now. And so I really had to get clear on that. So where are they? They're in Canada and the USA. So good news is I don't have to translate my material to Chinese or any other language. The demographics, I'm B2B, right? Business to business. And so when I'm looking for prospects, I'm looking for like, who's your HR manager or who's your decision maker? That's my target market. And what do they value? Productivity. They value profit to be used for, you know, good things. They value peaceful cultures. So that really helps me a lot, get that clear. So does somebody have this figured out for their business or want some help figuring this out right now for their business? I'll give you a chance to unmute and let's get some participation here of anybody who needs some help or want to share their customer segment.
Hi there. Yes, Renee here. So my business is called Expressing You Communications. And yes, the goal is to really bring up and express authentically the unique message of individuals and to significantly elevate it. When I started the business plan, how I went about looking at the demographics, I just started by saying, okay, who comes to me most often? And that's how I looked at my target audience. So it really is 5 groups of people. So it's authors, entrepreneurs, event hosts, presenters, and students. Now, I know that might still be a little wide, but really that is who comes to me for my services, because I do offer writing, editing, consulting, yes, and voice acting and speaking. So yes, and they usually value excellence and affordability. So yeah, that's my target audience. And in terms of I'm having a challenge with my tongue today. Geography, they're in the GTA. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Yeah, when I look at the 5 areas, I don't know if that's too big, especially when you're talking about a niche, but those are the people who generally come to me for my services. Okay.
So thanks for sharing that, Renee. So the demographics, I'm just filling this in for you. The demographics, your business to customer or business to business?
Well, I'm gonna say both, because you know it's individuals that come.
Right.
And there's also businesses.
Right. Okay. And yeah, so like an author that doesn't have a business but is writing a book, for example, would be a B2C, right? Okay. So I'm assuming that you muted your mic. The psychographics, Renee, what do they need and value? You may have told me, but let's capture it here on the slide. Are you still there, Renee?
Oh, there she is.
She back?
Yep.
Renee? What do you
Practice fire alarm.
practice? Is it in?
Sorry, I have to leave, attend another. Oh, sorry, this was Kathy. She has
Okay.
to leave and attend another meeting. Great information presentation. Enjoy the remainder.
Okay. Is Renee still here?
Yes, she's in her building.
Okay.
I am so sorry. Yes, we were having a fire drill. Practice one. Practice one. Okay. Yes. Yes, the values are excellence and affordability.
Okay. That's what they value?
Yes. So yes, they're looking for top-notch work, and then they're usually looking, yes, for someone who can, you know, work work with them in terms of their budget. So not that, you know, I would compromise, but it's not just, okay, black and white.
Okay,
And that's what I do normally try to do, because I understand those things as well. Yeah.
okay, good. So they value excellence and affordability and top-notch work. And what are their thoughts?
Okay. In regard to what?
Well, like, and thanks for participating. I really want to give you something that you may not have thought of. What are they? What do they need forgiveness for? That's a really deep question, but I want to help you kind of uncover their problems, right? So, what are their thoughts? What are they thinking? What are they lacking confidence in? What do they need forgiveness for? What keeps them awake at night?
Okay, wow. I love a good question. All right. Well, I have a couple of clients that speak English as a second language. So that is a definite area where they come to me for, because again, they're lacking the confidence with their English in presentations. And so it's a second set of eyes just to make sure everything is as it should be.
Okay, good. Okay,
Forgiveness.
what do they need forgiveness for?
Well, I know it sounds general, but I would probably say just for being themselves. In terms of, you know, sometimes we don't own our uniqueness. So there's this, you know, I'm not too sure how this sounds or how this looks. And I think we all deal with that in different ways. But yes, that probably is the one I would say for forgiveness.
Okay, so you're getting deep into the psychographics of your customer here. And congratulations, Renee, because these are really great things to uncover and discover about who you are and how you offer it. And you might even have your wheels turning now about going back to polishing up your piece on your niche, you know, helping people find the confidence for, you know, expressing themselves, something like that. Like, you know, it's in this really understanding your customer that you can really determine who you are and what you've got going on, and what you want to keep going on, or what you want to dive deeper into. For myself, what do my customers need forgiveness for is not being able to resolve their own workplace conflict, whether it be the HR manager or the executive director. You know, they're like keeping them up at night. They're trying to run a company and they've got conflict and they don't know what to do and how to deal with it. And people are quitting or going on leave, and they don't know how to deal with it. And they think, I should know how to do this. I'm leading this team. But by uncovering that, I can use that in my marketing material and say, you know, do you stay awake at night wondering how you're going to, you know, put out the workplace conflict fires? And then that resonates with my exact target market. They go, yes, me, I want to open that email, or I want to click on her link and go read about her and then what she offers. So good work. Very, very good work, Renee. Thanks for participating here.
Thank you for that. Could I ask just one quick question? As you mentioned, yes, that line for promoting, like, are you losing sleep at night? I did hear, I did receive one piece of advice that some of my promotions were too negative. Just meaning, like, looking at those kind of lenses, like, are you having a challenge, you know, expressing this or that? And the person just said, you know, it seems like you're hitting all negative things. Well, the negative things happen to be the things that they need help with.
That's right. So did you close the sale?
Well, you mean with that person mentioning that? Well, I looked at it and I thought, well, okay, I hear what you're saying. And because that is something for me where I don't like to leave a negative message. Like I will always put a positive spin on something, but I do think there's value in that because people do need to know, okay, what is my challenge that I need to overcome?
Right. In order to provide a solution, you have to understand the problem, right? So you might not necessarily you might not necessarily highlight the problem so much as highlighting the solution, but you need to know the problem first.
Yes.
Right. So if one person thinks that your messaging is negative, that's one person's opinion. That's good feedback. If 10 people think that, that's excellent feedback.
Yeah.
So we can't shift and change based on one person's feedback. Like I told you, my coach that I hired, that I paid a lot of money to, didn't like my sandbox brand idea. She wanted love in the workplace. And somebody said to me, I wouldn't send my team to a seminar on love in the workplace. Sorry, talk to me about your sandbox thing and I'm interested. And then she said to me, and if you don't take it, I might. And I went, I'm taking it. But my point is for you that maybe that is good feedback. Maybe the feedback there is making the solution more predominant than the problem, but you do have to know these problems to understand what it is you're solving.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Great point. So there's another example at the bottom of the page for somebody who somebody who offers health and safety training. How to return back to work after a pandemic. So their target market geography would be Northwestern Ontario and Eastern Manitoba. They have a target market of managers and health and safety professionals. And what are their thoughts? They want people to have a safe return to work. So, this laser focused thinking, it can shift over time. Like you can expand over here once you get this solid, or you can completely switch lanes one day, but at least we have to have a lane to work in. So that's your customer segment. The next thing I want to talk about is your UVP, or what we call your unique value proposition. And basically, this is an interesting opportunity for you to understand, based on your purpose, your niche, and your target market that we've done so far, what makes you unique? What makes you better than your competitor, or a different choice from your competitor? And so you might want to do a brief analysis of who your competitors even are, to help you identify what they're doing so that you can do something different, okay, and stand out in your market. So you could gather your team around, or even ask your customers to list everything that makes your product, service, or company or people unique to the market. If you don't have a team, ask some customers. If you have some good raving customers, raving fans, you can ask them, what makes me unique? And anytime you want to pull on your customer's ear and get feedback, I would encourage you to do that in a very short phone call. Like ask somebody for 10 minutes of their time, call them up, hit the button, and finish on time or sooner, because people are really busy. If somebody gifts you 10 minutes, that's a great gift. Make sure that you listen with a notepad and pencil, and really thank them for taking the time to spend with you. So from your list of differentiators, pick a few features that make your business unique compared to your competitors. And each item does not have to be unique, but the combination of all three should be. So for example, remember the Zappos shoes example I gave you, where they sell shoes, they do free delivery, and they also do free returns. So you combine those three things, and that's their uniqueness, right? So examples could be geographical areas served, the speed of delivery, a guarantee. Does anybody have a uniqueness or some ideas or some conversation that you'd like to toss around here for the group that we can talk about or that we can perfect, make it better?
I'm happy to jump in. I'm just getting started with my business planning, but I'm happy.
Okay, please do.
Okay, it's Sandra here. And I'm unique in that I'm the compassionate queen of straight talk.
Love it.
Yeah, so my experience was that people would say, oh, you didn't need to use a 2x4 to whack me alongside the head. And others would, so I had to learn to soften that, but others would come back and say, no, what annoys me about you is I get driving home and you're right. Damn, I didn't want to look at that. So I've been able to embrace it because they say I have compassion, getting them to the reality. And it's like a tough love situation. But I'm not a good babysitter. I don't, I'll listen to the whine long enough to understand the situation, and then I'll get into, so what are you going to do about it? And if you're going to stay at that, you don't need me. And if you want to change, let's get to work. So it's very straight.
Okay. So what did you say, the queen of straight talk?
Compassionate queen of straight talk. Because people understood that I really do care and I love people. And yeah, so I'm very, I use a lot of intuition, I think, and insights. I've got a lot of years under my belt. A lot of years and experience. So I bring a lot of value just in the wisdom and just getting straight to move along so they don't take so long as I had to take.
Excellent. So a couple words that came up for me was impactful and efficient. And thank you for sharing this. This is really great. I love that compassionate queen of straight talk. Do you use that? Do you use that in your material or in your communication about who you are and what you do?
All the time. It started out as a bit of an apology because people would say, what do you think, Sandra? And I said, you don't really want to know, because anytime I've opened my mouth before, people take the 2x4 by my head and say, stop it.
Right.
And then I started hearing things like, well, when I changed from that company to this company and went self-employed, I had a 25% pay increase. So no, I didn't like that. And they said, why don't you tell us what you really think, Sandra? So I started to, over the years, recognize from people's comments that the gift I bring really is the straight talk. And it took a long time because I was doing a sassy course and they said, who put the crown on my head? I did. Nobody's going to put your crown on your head. So figure out what your crown is, stick it on your own head and claim yourself. So that's when my straight talk became queen of straight talk. And then when people started saying, no, you really care, you're compassionate. So it became the compassionate queen of straight talk. I automatically, that's what comes out of my mouth now. Hi, I'm Coach Sandra, compassionate queen of straight talk.
Love it. And you know what? Right there, what you could be doing is you could be eliminating a client who doesn't want straight talk. They want the nicey nice sugar-coated version of the cold hard facts. That's not your client, and that's not a good fit for you, and that's okay.
Yes.
Right? Because every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. Every time you say no to something, you're clearing space for another yes. So I love that. And the goldfish with the shark fin really is a conversation. Well, thank you very much for sharing. So what is it that you do? Are you a coach?
I've been a financial planner for 38 years, and I'm still looking after my existing clientele within that. But I realize I've been coaching all my life or teaching all my life.
Right.
And that's where my joy is. So that's what I'm doing now, is coaching people.
And okay. And so you are still in the financial field. right? It's you're still helping people in the financial lane.
Yes,
Oh, good. Excellent.
but I also have been going to prison. I do alternatives to violence, Toastmasters for over 25 years. And that was my challenge. There's so many things I know really, really well. I mean, I just breathe them, that to get down to that target has been a real challenge for me.
Right.
So now I'm moving. I was in a talk the other day. So I thought, well, I guess I'm a life coach. And then they said, well, what do you really do? Well, I guess it's relationship, because in relationship too, you know, money or yourself, or, you know, like it could go on, like you, when you started out, you could go on ad infinitum.
Yeah.
And so more recently, with my target market being strong, committed women, they've made it, they've got the world, you know, eating out of their hand, and yet there's a hole in their heart and they're not happy, and they're thinking, here I am, the house, the career, the money, but it's not okay. So they've got the hole, they're hurting, and they've got nobody to talk to. Because I know from my own self, being in the financial business, it's very cutthroat. You can't talk to your competitors, you can't talk to your bosses, you can't talk to peers, you can't talk to anybody, because you'll be seen as weak, and it won't be private and confidential. So for me, when I finally did break and I had my burnout and went into my depression, so I've got my experience on all kinds of things.
Mhm.
I didn't want to get help locally, because I knew I didn't want to be seeing the people on the street walk by, because I'd be a blubbering tear. You be nice to me, I'm going to cry. And I didn't want to do that. So I drove from Belleville to Kingston for my counseling, and that helped. And then once I was strong enough, then it didn't matter anymore. So all of that dilemma has led me to being strong, loving myself, happy with who I am, and I can share all that BS now. And that's what brings me to the this market. So it has to be strong woman who have got it all, but there's something not there. So I have to get them down to the root causes of what's
Right.
that problem.
Right. I remember there was a time that some exercise or activity encouraged me to filter out into 2 words, 1 or 2 or 3 words, what I do.
Yes.
And that was another defining moment in my life, because I created rich relationships. Those were my words. That's what I do, rich relationships. Now, you know, somebody says, what do you do? I don't say rich relationships.
No.
I lead with my typical elevator pitch of I teach people how to play nice in the sandbox at work. And when they don't, I help them fix broken relationships, because I do training and mediation around workplace relationships. But I think, you know, if you're looking for more clarity
Yes.
about who you are and what you do and who you serve and how you say that, that might be a good opportunity for you to kind of ask for 1 to 3 words to come that basically overarches everything that you do. And then from there, you know, from that simplicity, you can build out, you know, you can build out a few things, but you definitely are onto something with your, you know, queen of compassion, of straight talk.
Yeah.
But what's the benefits for the customer? Like, that's really great, and I love it. What I'd like to hear more about is, so what? Like, you're going to give me straight talk, so that what? So that I can become financially wealthy? That would get my attention, right? So I'm the
Yeah.
queen of straight talk to help people, da da da.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks for participating. That's the benefits of participation, right? 2 heads are better than 1. All right.
Absolutely. I'm going to put the challenge out to everybody. Jump in. Don't be shy. I used to be shy about getting on, because I thought I had nothing to bring. But you know, when you walk through that hot seat, it starts coming through. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. This is a really good point in time to break. We're not going to get through module 1 before, we have to have a bio break. So like I said, we're definitely going to catch up. I fully expected this. It's 10:21. Did you want to meet at 10:40-ish?
How is everyone with that? If you're good for 10:40, if you want a 5-minute break, whatever you prefer, just give me a thumbs up or say something in the chat. If you need some time to run to the bathroom.
Okay, we got a thumbs up from Liz. Okay,
Perfect.
so yeah, well, my intention was to meet back in 15 minutes. So that's 32 and so 10:38. Okay.
Okay.
Let's meet
Sounds
back
good.
here at 10:38.
All right.
Okay. All right. See you then. Welcome back. So glad you could be here. And I'm going to move on to page 8 of your workbook. And I'm going to share a slide here that just gives us a better understanding. Okay, so develop your proven plan. This is something that I was able to work at over COVID, and I'm so grateful for the great pause that gave me time to get clear on my plan. So this is an opportunity for you to really identify and put in front of somebody what it is that you do to move a customer from point A to point B, or to move a customer from meeting you for the first time to finalizing their journey with you and leaving. Okay, so here's an example. Let's say you go to a Chinese food restaurant with a friend, it's lunchtime, and the wait staff puts a menu in front of you and it's the lunch special and it says, soup and then your choice of entree A or B and then dessert and then tea or coffee for $14.95. There's a very large likelihood that a lot of people are going to say, I'll have that, because you're making the decision is made for them already. The decision's already made that, first we do this, have salad, then we do this, have a main course, then we do this, have a dessert, then we do this, have a coffee, and then here's the price, and then we're done. And so that's what I'm trying to explain here on the slide about develop your proven plan. I'll just blow that slide up differently here. There we go. So first we have our appetizer, then we have our meal, then we have our dessert, then we have our coffee, and then we get our bill and we're out. So that sounds like a proven plan or a change model from hungry to satisfied, a proven plan like this is our lunch special. And why this works, a well-developed proven plan works because it helps you communicate how the customer journeys from start to finish. This was taught to me by a coach that I was working with in the video space for professional speakers and trainers. And he told me the story of having a very pregnant wife and wanting to go on an anniversary, a 5th anniversary trip. and he wanted to go on this big, massive hike in Spain, but his wife was very pregnant and he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to convince her to go. So he pitched it to her and said, first we'll fly there and then we'll get a hotel and we'll rest. And then the first day we'll hike and then we're going to stay at this place and we're going to eat here and we're going to have this rest stop here and then we're going to hike some more. And she said, sounds great, let's do it. And he said if he hadn't put the plan in front of her, she might not have decided to do it because it would have seemed like, how am I going to get from point A to point B? How am I going to manage? How am I going to make it? So I got thinking about my own business. I do conflict resolution with mediation and whole workplace departments get restored. I do training. I also do strategy planning, and I didn't do accountability at the time as you see it here on my 4 icons, but I got really thinking about what are some of the problems with my industry. As a speaker and a trainer, one of the problems is people come for their training or their speaking engagement and then they leave all fired up, but as life gets back to normal and their habits get back to normal, they fall off the wagon, or they, that inspiration or motivation sizzles out. So I added that last bit of accountability, kind of like the Chinese restaurant adds that dessert. And the accountability is designed to hold everything in place. So when I figured out my plan, I realized that everything I do, it forms a system. And so since then, since early 2020, I have been promoting the sandbox system. It's a whole system. Everybody doesn't have to start at square one and move their way through it, but all my pieces fit together. And they fit together in my mind better, so I can communicate them better, so I could ask my graphic artist to create some little icons better. You don't have to have little icons, but what I want to really encourage you to do is recognize what is your proven plan? What is your change model? How do you get people from where they are to where they need to go? And so that's what page 8 is designed to help you do. And page 9 is just some examples of companies and how they did these things. So at the bottom of page 9, if I flip over to the PowerPoint or the handout, the booklet, basically page 9 shows, or page 8 shows an example of Calendly, which is a service that lets people automatically book appointments with you on your calendar. First, you create some simple rules, and then you share your link, and then you get booked. There's their proven plan. It's an easy way for clients to get an idea of how to move through their business. Here's another one. I don't even know who this company is, but I liked their little icons. First, they have a version control, and then they build, and then they go through testing and staging, and then they auto test, and then they deploy. So this isn't something that I think you're gonna, wake up tomorrow and the information's gonna land. If you don't have a proven plan, maybe start thinking about it, or put the intention out there, like, if I had a great plan, what would it be? What would it look like? How would I communicate it? How could I graphically represent it? What are the stages that people move through along the way? And I think over time, if you can develop something like that you would have a really great opportunity for yourself, your staff, and your customers to really identify what you do. So that's that. Now, here's the most magical part of the entire day. Well, one of two. And if all you do is this is enough, okay? So what this is asking you to create a 10-year goal or a big picture. Maybe it's not 10 years for you. I don't know. For me, it's not 10 years anymore. It was 4 years ago. Now it's 6 years. I want to work till I'm 60. and I want to sell my company. So I want to sell it to somebody who wants to take it over and take it from there. So what is the big picture? Where do you want to take your business? If you know the direction and the destination, you're likely to end up there. But you really need to get clear with this big vision, because it'll help you create your result with intention. It's like it's like a lesson in a lesson in planning, but it all starts here first. It's like, what do you want to create? Remember that catalog of the universe I was talking about? If you could open the catalog of the universe and pick the biggest cherries from the cherry tree, what are they? Write them down. And not only write them down, maybe you want to draw them out in a mind map, or maybe you want to write in a journal for pages and pages and pages of the specific details of exactly what it looks like and feels like. And in this particular activity, there are no limits. You get to think as big as you want, and you don't have to worry about how you're going to get there. You don't have to worry about that at all, because a lot of things will start landing in place that match your thinking. So this visualization activity is really important. First thing that I'd like to consider then is you determine the time frame that you want to look ahead to. Okay, so we're going to call this your big picture goal or your 10-year goal, whatever it is. And then establish the intended size of your organization in revenue, or the currency that matters to you. It doesn't have to be money. It could be a different currency. There's many currencies in life, like, how much change you're able to make in the world, or how much charity you're able to give, or how much self-satisfaction, or how much life freedom, or financial freedom, mobility freedom, time freedom, whatever. That's what we are really looking to do here. And as a bonus, you might want to include all aspects of your life. So not just your business, but perhaps your health, your wealth, your relationships, your family, all of the things that really matter. What does that look like? What does it feel like? And nail it down. Nail it down with words, with pictures, get the vision started soon and build on it. There's something really magical when we put pen to paper. I don't know the explanation of it. I only know that it works. So basically what I'm suggesting here is that you use pen and paper. You use pencil and paper. You use crayons, markers, paint, but the typing you can do that later. But the actual creative experience, there's a lot that happens when we use pen and paper. So this is your big goal, okay? If you know the direction you're going, you're likely to end up there. But if you don't know where you're going, you're likely to end up somewhere else, or scattered in a lot of different places. And so this is really important work to get clear on what you want. It's one of the first questions I ask women, people that I coach in business, or even in conflict and mediation. I say, so I hear you and your challenges and so on. And so what do you want? Because what I want for them isn't necessarily what they want for them. And so this is a very powerful lesson in personal planning. And most people don't spend time doing this. And we end up using it as an opportunity to discern and decide, and make really important decisions with how we're going to spend our time, with how we're going to spend our money, what we're going to invest in, the friends we're going to keep, the people we're going to let go of, the projects that are going to land on our plate for this year versus the ones that aren't. So we need to know where we're going. So on page 11, I gave you mine. I gave you mine from back in 2018. Basically, I'm talking about how I'm working with people globally. I mentioned some of my mentors like Amanda Gore in Australia and Tony Robbins. I mentioned them. I talk about the balance that I want of health and wealth and social benefits and with my circle of people, etc. I just typed it all up into 3 paragraphs. And the reason that I type it all up after is because I'll show you in module 4, I read that every day, every single day I do, because I want to align myself with what I want every day, because I forget. I will forget by tomorrow. I will get off course. I will get off track. And I'm not saying you have to, but this is how I do it. And this is what I'm teaching you today, is not only to create a plan, but how to stick to it. So I'm going to stop talking for a minute and ask you for your feedback. Has anyone done this already? Do you think this is valuable? What are some of the things that are in your big vision? How long is your vision? Feel free to share. Let's have some interactive discussion here.
Anyone new? Be nice to have a couple new voices.
Yes, it would.
Who can we call out on?
Brianna.
Brianna. Okay, sure. Well, my 10-year goal is a little bit different career-wise. I want to still be able to help entrepreneurs. I don't know where the road might take me, but I know my end goal is I want to continue helping entrepreneurs, growing the economic development within our area. With the Small Business Center, we cover a very large area. So it would be essentially the greater Bay of Quinte region. So that's Quinte West, Hastings County, Livingston, Addington, Belleville, and Prince Edward County. So a large area. I didn't realize I was passionate about it until I got this job about just over 3.5 years ago. And that's my 10-year plan, is to be able to make an impact within my community by 10 years.
Okay, that's great.
Well, actually, technically, it would be by 35, because I made that decision 2 years ago when I was 25.
So your 10-year goal is either now your 8-year goal,
Yes.
or and it's okay. Again, it's not etched in stone. So as you get closer to it, you can kind of think out a little further again. But it's just nice to have a goal, right? It's nice to have a target.
And it keeps you accountable. I find it keeps me accountable. I'm like, well, I do something and I'm like, okay, well, is it really something that's going to benefit me to get to my end goal? I know what my end goal is. It's just, how do I get there?
Right.
So.
And I love that you don't know that, because you're not, the point that I really want to make here is that you're picking these cherries from the tree of life, not knowing how this is ever going to possibly work out, but believing that it will, or at least intending that it will, right?
Mm-hmm.
Intending that it will.
Agreed. If it's not this one specific thing, it could be really, really close to it, but it could still give you that same satisfaction that I want with my end goal that I have. Right? It's my 8-year plan now.
Yes, absolutely. So very valuable to have that flexibility to say, I want this and this is how I see it, but being also open to how it may seem very different, right? So I really liked a lot of what you said, that, you do have a vision, you do know you're passionate about working with entrepreneurs, you're not 100% sure of how it's going to happen, but one way or another, it's going to happen.
Exactly.
One of the things I say to myself all the time, in fact, it's written throughout my first book, Give and Be Rich, is everything works out more perfectly than I could have imagined. And I think that's really valuable to tell myself on a regular basis. You know, everything works out more perfectly than I could have imagined because it taps into my faith. Sometimes I need faith. That's all I have sometimes is my faith and my intention. But I'll guarantee you something, you're not going to achieve a goal that you don't even have. Right? It's just not gonna, it just doesn't work that way. If you think about building a skyscraper and everything that goes into that building, what happens is there's a blueprint first. And even before the blueprint, there's a vision. Somebody has a vision. Somebody who's like extremely talented. It says like, wow, like let's put a skyscraper right here for the purpose of this. And then billions of minutia of details goes into create that. And then somebody cuts the ribbon and says, we're open for business, right? So everything happens here first. And you know, if there's one thing that I work on every day and I'm really passionate with my kids on every day, who are both in their early 20s, who are both in their 4th year of university this year, is mindset. You know, like it doesn't matter, you know, because it's a really stressful time for them, just like it is at you know, we all have this degree of uncertainty, like how's this going to happen? Or like, how am I going to be able to afford to pay my bills or have my dreams? And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happens. Miracles happen. You know, I want to say like God happens, or, you know, the spiritual realm has taken effect in my life time and time again. And it's interesting, I'm wearing a feather on my shirt today because, you know, I have a spiritual practice in the morning that is very, it's very sacred to me. And it involves reading my stuff, like what I gave you an example of on page 11. It involves reading that. It involves prayer and meditation and stillness, and you know, being around my sacred objects and honoring and recognizing that there is a power far greater than me that helps me and other people. And if I tap into it, I'm never alone and I'm always guided. And I'm not trying to push my views or values on anybody, but you know, that has definitely been a very big part of my success. So that's the vision piece. And like I said, if that's all people did from this program, that's half of it. So write or draw the 10-year goal in full detail. There's a gentleman named Darren Hardy who tells a story about writing about his future wife. And he imagined this woman and he wrote about her in his journal and he created her in his mind, basically. Every like minor detail, like the color and texture of her hair and so on, and how the relationship would be and what type of person she would be. And then he stood back and he was so proud of his multiple page journal entry on, you know, creating exactly what he wanted in a wife. And then he asked himself the question, what kind of person do I have to be to attract someone like that? And then created a whole other series of journal entry pages. But that's the next piece of it is, you know, once you decide what you want and you start thinking about it happening, you're going to have to step into a whole new way of acting in order to have, you know, in order to be that person. And we don't need to wait. We need to act as if long before it even happens. But we'll talk about that a little bit more in detail as we move on here. So that's the vision part. The last part of module 1 is about developing an accountability chart that assists you with nailing down in your business everything that happens from roles and responsibilities perspective. And so in this activity, we're going to look at doing an accountability chart. This I learned from EOS, from reading that traction book. And, you know, when we think about structuring an organization or a business, we think about people when we look at an org chart, right? We think about, well, you know, here's the president or the executive director or the whatever, the CEO. And then there's, you know, this level of management. And then there's this level of frontline workers. In our own businesses, our small businesses, we have the same sort of structure, but we might be sitting in every single seat, right? Well, what I learned when I read Traction from Gino Wickman was the value of this tool called the accountability chart. And the accountability chart is like an org chart, except you don't start with people's names. You don't start with people at all. You start with roles and responsibilities. And so in a typical business, you have finance, operations, and sales, right? Like you can't have one without the other. You can't have a whole bunch of sales without a way to deliver on those sales. And you can't have a way to deliver on those sales if you don't have a financial department that can collect money and pay money and have money. And so you really need all three of those. And if you're new entrepreneurs and you've tried to get some funding and you were denied because you didn't have your taxes done, you know what I'm talking about, right? Because you need to have all of these pillars in order to build a solid business. So what is really great here is an opportunity to go and put down the roles and responsibilities of all of these different functions. It really helped me in my planning because, well, I realized how important that all of these were, but I also realized how my name is filling every single role and responsibility unless I hire somebody to do that. And when we're starting out, we can't always hire somebody to do that. We can't even always pay a third-party contractor to do it for us. But as we grow, we leverage, we hire somebody to do something. We have more time to do something else, so we make more money, so we hire someone else, and so on. And that's how we build. So even in major organizations who are already established, they're using these this tool. They're using this accountability chart to restructure. They're using this tool to reorganize who does what. And then they also use this tool to define, do we have the right person in the right seat? Because sometimes we don't have the right person in the right seat. And with the accountability chart, you can actually use it to decide, is this person the right person for the job? Shall I hire them? Am I the right person for the job? For example, I'm not the right person for the finance job in any of my business. I can oversee things, but I'm not a bookkeeper. In fact, I'd rather poke myself in the eye with a sharp stick than do any bookkeeping or accounting. So I pay people to do that for me because I know it's so critical to my business. But I love sales and marketing, and I love delivering my service, and I love visionary leading my business. So I'm busy doing other things. So in this particular activity, what you want to do is you want to use the template that is on our tracking document that looks a lot like the right-hand side of this screen. And you also have it on page 13 of your workbook. So let me just flip over to that right now so we can have a closer look at it. So here it is, the accountability chart. Let me see if I can get it fitting on one page here. There we go. All right, so there it is. So this is your page 13. So what I highly recommend that you do is look ahead to the next 6 to 12 months, okay? And fill in all of the roles and responsibilities required to attain your goal for those 6 to 12 months. Now, I know we haven't defined our goal for 6 to 12 months yet. So, we might have to kind of have an overview of the whole program before we come back to this accountability chart. But you're going to put these roles under these 3 main categories of finance, operations, or sales and marketing. And then step 2, you assign a name or a person to the responsibilities. So you already may have one person accountable for several roles, such as yourself, but you can't have several people accountable for one role, because when more than one person is accountable, no one is accountable. And I see this a lot in organizations where there's confusion, where there's lack of traction, and where there's conflict, is that they'll have 2 people trying to accomplish one goal, and it doesn't work. You can't have several people accountable for one thing. So as a startup business, you might be accountable for all, if not most things, but once you reach capacity on your time, you'll have sales to accommodate your growing business. You can reach out to contract workers and or employees and begin to delegate responsibilities. And that way your team grows right into this structure, which clearly defines who's accountable for what and who does what. And it's not just who's supposed to do what, it's who's accountable. You see, we're going to talk about accountability a little bit later, but we can set the structure here, okay? So that we're going to take a look at, and you can do it here on paper, or you can move over to the Excel spreadsheet once we introduce it to you. But just as a summary, we're concluding module 1 now. Page 14 is a summary document that basically says we've made it through module 1, okay? And that helps us create a very solid foundation by populating the important information into module 1. It's not something that needs to change every year. It might get tweaked, but it won't have a major redo. But it helps you structure for your highest vision and having a purpose and a niche and knowing your target market and setting realistic goals with your 10-year vision, or setting a vision that you can create goals based on, and accountability chart. And then you're well on your way. I often talk in terms of sandboxes, but I say you can't build a castle on quicksand, right? So this is really worth paying attention to and building a solid structure and foundation so that you can build a strong business on. And annually, you can look back and tweak this, but just like building a new home requires a blueprint, and if you've ever built a new home or a new garage, you wonder, like, when are they ever going to stop working in the hole in the ground? Like, that takes so long for them to get that foundation done first, and then the house comes up very, very quickly and very well based on that solid foundation. So I give you some resources here. Books that I really like, Traction's there. Start with Why by Simon Sinek. It's a really great book. You can find Simon Sinek on YouTube as well. Good to Great by Jim Collins. The Unique Ability, Dan Sullivan. And he's a strategic coach, very well sought after gentleman who teaches people about strategy. So that's module 1. What do you think? How is it so far? Give me a thumbs up.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Sandra, thanks so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate knowing what you're gaining from this. Okay, anyone else want to give us an idea of what, where you're at here? Are you here? What are you taking away?
It's been great. It's been so great. It's been a little while since I have put anything for my business before me. like I've just been doing the work. So just one quick question before you move on. How do you keep everything before you, like meaning the vision, the niche? Like, do you have a room or anything where you just have, you know, it up before you? Because I have it kind of tucked away in a binder and I'm like, okay, that's not helping me.
It's such a great question, Renee. I'm so glad you asked it. Are you going to stay for the whole session? Because we're going to talk about that in module 4. And I will show you my, I'll show you my written document that I read every day.
Okay, great. I'll be here.
And I really appreciate the comment about having it tucked away in a binder, because that's what we do with a business plan, right? We spend a lot of time creating this plan, then we put it on the shelf to clear our desk so we can focus on other things, but we're not attached to it anymore. And it's not infiltrating our thought process anymore. And so what I'll say is that we're disconnected from it. And so I don't know, sometimes I look at something I wrote 2 weeks ago and I go, wow, I wrote that. I did that. That was so good. Why didn't I think of that since then? Because 2 weeks of other things has come in between it and me. And so I need to create practices where I am constantly have my fingers on my plan, right? Because I said at the very beginning that what I learned when I did this and I was doubling my income was that I needed to track and stay accountable every single day. Like I needed to have my hands on this information because there's a limited resource that we all have, and it's called time. We're all limited by time. But you know, how come some women and business owners and can create multi-million-dollar businesses and others don't? And I really believe that it's in their discipline and their habits and the way they spend their time, right? So it's all about time for me. And when I did this plan, I recognized, okay, so I only have so much time. So how am I going to make the best of it? And so I'm going to teach you how I do it, how I keep it in front of me. But I gave you a really good clue when I said that I have a morning practice, and I don't care how busy I am. I get up earlier if I have to sit and think. That's what I do. I pray, I think, I read. I've got my to-do list, my day timer out, and I drink my coffee and I sit with my dog, and I have a hard time doing that with other people around. So I get up earlier than everybody else that's around me. If I have a house full of people, I'll say, okay, everyone, what's on tomorrow morning? Okay, you're up at 6. I think, okay, I'm up at 4, or I'm up at 5. And, you know, there are days when I miss, right? But those aren't my best days. So I hope that gives you some insight. Module 2, we're going to talk about what's happening. And it's 11:15. What time are we supposed to be breaking for the second time? Now? Okay. All right. Well, we're not going to break now because we just took a break, right? So we'll try and go for half an hour. Sound good, everyone? Great. Okay. So what is happening? Well, this is challenging because we're looking back and ahead. Personally, I do this every year between Christmas and New Year's. I take a day and I do my strategic plan for the year. But today or tomorrow actually marks the first day of quarter 4. So if you want, you can do your strategic plan starting from tomorrow and moving on for a full year or a year and a quarter. So you'll have 5 quarters in your plan, whatever you decide. But what we want to do is we want to, if you look on page 15 of your workbook, it says, highlight your business accomplishments and your personal accomplishments. Okay, so we want to start our planning with a celebration. Like, what have we done that's well? Like, what have we done well? So let's have a little shout out to ourselves. Let me hear. one business or one personal highlight in the last year from all of you. Go, Paula.
I put together my website. I have an e-commerce and I launched 3 new products and another will coming for the next week's thing.
Fantastic. So that's a great business highlight for you. Okay, someone else.
I guess I'll go.
Okay.
For me, a highlight was I am a part of a youth accessibility. I essentially I help involved with, I guess, making businesses more accessible. It's a $10,000 grant, working with the federal government to help make more businesses within our area more accessible. So for 2020, we put just over $172,000 back into the community and to make the community more accessible for say like headphones, a ramp, automatic doors, fixing washrooms so they're more accessible for people within a wheelchair or have a hard time stepping up over a ledge to get into the front door of like a downtown business. So we put back, like we were able to bring back some money into our community, especially with the whole COVID-19 and the pandemic. It was nice to see that money was put back into our businesses.
Fantastic. Okay, so amazing work. Yeah, Shea has commented in the chat already. Okay, let's hear from someone else. What are you going to celebrate as business highlight for last year? You can celebrate more than one, but let's hear one.
I can celebrate that I've been doing some very serious work with a few clients. And by doing my brain dump on what it is, I'm learning that I'm running all those lanes at once. And so that I'm going to have to go with just uncovering the core root cause. And if they need help with divorce or licensing or whatever, I can't be a generalist.
Okay, good. So what you've just done is you've highlighted some business accomplishments that you've been working with some really quality clients. And then if you look on page 15 a little further, you've got some questions about what isn't working, or sorry, lowlights of what isn't working and lessons learned. So you've got some nuggets for those questions in that share, Sandra, where you're identifying other things that you're going to want on this page as well. Thanks for sharing your successes. Who else? How about Renee? How about Caseda, Liz, Shea? What business successes? Oh, Amber, hi. What are your business successes?
I am here. I'm just awful quiet this morning. Successes in our workplace is certainly the staff and their commitment to continue to serve small business. We've had a lot of challenges with technology and being nonprofit. It's very difficult. So those are what we're celebrating is last year's, and we've just had our AGM and we never missed a beat regarding our financing and counseling. So I know some staff are on here and kudos to them. And what we're looking forward to is trying to develop some new work and different avenues for our business, which we are a business as well. We're a business in helping businesses, a social enterprise, if you speak. And that's what we're doing. And if anybody has any ideas for us, they can reach out. But that's successes and accomplishments on our end.
Excellent. So a lot of nuggets there for business highlights, what is working, lessons learned along the way. Thanks for sharing, Amber. Who else wants to share some business highlights? Caseda, did I say your name right?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Morning. So we just celebrated a year owning the business that we're in. And we've now gone online And I'm now literally managing it full time, which was not my intention initially. One of these days, I'll probably tell you my story, but I'm still, trying to fit myself into this, whatever this is, but it's happening.
Okay, excellent. So,
Yeah.
so you've got a business highlight there. You might even have some personal highlights there. You've got a what is working. You've got a perhaps what isn't working, and some lessons that you can learn from this. So, anybody else want to share? We'll celebrate together your accomplishments of the previous year. Oops.
Yes,
Go ahead. Okay.
Yes, I'll go ahead. Well, an accomplishment was registering the business, completing a business plan after a few years. Also, I had a goal of, I don't know how it compares out there, but I know it's still low, but I had a goal of having 100 subscribers for one YouTube channel in 1 year, just because of how I saw how it was going for me gaining subscribers. So I put that as a goal for a year, and I was able to get that after one post in 1 week.
Wow.
So that was great. That was a great encouragement.
Well, that's fantastic. Okay, so we have things to celebrate, and I think this is so important that we start planning, recognizing our accomplishments, because it's very easy to get into what you didn't do, what you missed, what you need to do better. And so we want to really start off on an exciting foot here. And then from there, if you look at your workbook on page 15, you're going to get into the weeds a little bit with what isn't working and what are the lessons that you've learned. Because if you become aware of some things that you should have been doing or not doing, write them down. And also on this page, if you come across things that you should have been measuring, make a list, because we'll be talking about that in module number 4. For example, if you think like, I should have been collecting contact information for my customers. I should have been asking for mailing address and email address so I could stay in touch with them again. Write that down, okay? Those are issues. If you think, well, I really should have tracked where my customers were coming from so I knew where to put more attention on marketing, write that stuff down so that we can capture it for later on. The next page in page 16 is about your SWOT analysis. So strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. I'm sure this is nothing new to any of you. If you've done a business plan, you've had to do a SWOT. But what was new to me, believe it or not, in the last couple of years is acknowledging that strengths and weaknesses are internal, like in my business, but opportunities and threats are external. Okay. And I never really thought about it like that before, but that's the difference, because sometimes people ask me, what's the difference between a threat and a weakness? Well, a threat might be like a pandemic, or a threat might be a competitor, where a weakness is perhaps lack of discipline, or a weakness might be, lack of a functional lead generation on your website, something like that. So I don't really think that we need to spend a whole lot of time going over how to do a SWOT analysis. You've got a work page on 16. Basically, it says that in this section, what you can do is you can analyze your current strengths, and you can and your weaknesses, which are internal, and research your current opportunities and threats, which are external to your business. So remember earlier today when I said that I did some research and I put my plan together during COVID, and one of my research, one of the things that I looked at is some of the weaknesses of the industry in general was that people come to sessions and then they leave and then they don't implement, or they don't apply, or they don't take what I offered them and actually use it. And, you know, it's not something that somebody like me wants to admit, but it's true and it's real. And it's not just me. It's not just my programs that aren't great. It's a thing, right? You go to a conference, you come back all hyped up, and then, you know, things get back to normal because old patterns set in. So when you identify things like that, that are weaknesses or, you know, threats, then you also can counter that with opportunities. Like, I have an opportunity to really create a long-lasting impact. And that's why we started this program with, after today, you know, when you're using this material, you can reach out to Penny, you can reach out to Luke, you can reach out to Brianna, and you know, give people the tools to stay the course. So that's your SWOT. Okay. Now, along the way, you will come up with issues. As you're doing planning, you may have already. This page 17 in your workbook is designed to give you the opportunity to write down your issues, not go into problem solving. Okay. And this is really important. Don't slip into problem solving mode while you're taking an objective look at your business. Okay. Why? Because you'll have time to do that later. All right. Right now, you're just collecting issues. And you know, just use this space to write them down. So the reason that I don't want you to slip into problem solving is because I would rather that you learn the discipline of listing and prioritizing issues that need to be dealt with or delegated, by whom, by when, and need to be completed and follow up until they're done. All right. So just list them for now. You're going to write them down while you're doing your planning. And so basically that means you're ignoring this column. See how I've grayed out these solutions? Because we're not worried about solutions right now. We're just writing down problems. For example, problem for me at the time that I created this program was a process for billing customers is inconsistent. Okay, so I need to develop some consistency around billing. When do I bill? Do I bill when I, you know, get a contract signed? Do I bill after the session's over? Like, let's get consistent so that I can have systems, right? SOPs, SOPs, standard operating procedures. Here's another example. There's never enough time. I'm sure everybody can relate to that issue. So we're not going into problem solving mode. We're just listing things. Okay. And you'll see that there's an area on your tracking sheet where you will consistently go and put issues on the list so that you can knock them off one at a time when it's time. Right now is not time. Fair enough? Okay. Next slide. Is this one? Okay. We are cooking with gas here, moving right along. The other modules are a lot shorter. I'm glad that we saved the biggest one for the, I'm glad we do the biggest one first. So let's look at this one and called, and it's the last piece of module 2, okay? And it's a fairly big one. So this is where we recognize what capabilities do we have and what resources do we have that we can leverage, and what resources and capabilities do we not have that we need to develop. Okay, so this is an interesting inventory. Basically, to scale up your business, it will become easier if you have an inventory of your toolbox, including all of the capabilities that you already have to use and those you need to develop. So, well, that's all I have on that. Okay, so let me go back to the workbook. Okay, so here we are. So scaling up and removing obstacles becomes easier when you have the tools to do this, to work with things. And we already have a lot of tools, but we might not be using them to their advantage. And so this next activity helps you define and assemble a list of the capabilities and the resources required to scale up your business. So first thing it says to do is list 3 to 5 capabilities and resources that are required to scale up in either the use or develop sections of the table below. So I'd like to have a conversation. I'd like to have a discussion about this and fill this out together. So in other words, we will talk about different capabilities and resources, and you can write down the ones that fit on your chart, okay? So capabilities are strengths and skills and processes, okay? And resources are inventory and assets and procedures. And in this matrix, basically, we're going to jot down what we need. We're going to jot them down so that we can then do something with it, okay? So let's just jot down some of the capabilities and strengths that you already have. I will take notes. Okay, so let's start here. What are some of the strengths and skills and processes that you already have that you can use to reach your big goal? Go ahead. Feed me information. I'll start. There's one. A solid plan.
I think a critical mind. I'm not afraid to ask.
Okay. Okay. What else?
I'm getting to know who I am and what I'm good at and where I'm going to make an impact.
Okay.
Researching skills I have here in the comments.
Great.
Brainstorming.
Great.
Math skills. Math.
Thank you.
No, math. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Paul, I heard you. I just couldn't type the words right. Okay, great. So we can keep adding to that list. You can add to your own list. Let's move over to the resources that you need to grow and scale your business. Now, resources are like inventory, equipment, assets, money, perhaps human resources, policies, procedures. What resources do you want to list?
My business would be increasing my ingredients inventory, including everything from ingredients to packaging. And I need a good, strong salesperson. That would be another resource for me.
Did you say salesperson?
Salesperson, yeah.
Great, excellent. Okay, good. Excellent. Thank you, Paula. Who else wants to add some ideas? These might not necessarily be for everyone, but you know, what resources or inventory or assets do you have?
Strong networks.
Okay,
I can usually find somebody that does something I need.
okay, good.
Someone in the comments says ability to network in person, if that counts.
Okay. That definitely counts. Great feedback, everyone. Let's keep going. What do you need?
Exceptional internet.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll add one. Calendar booking software.
Yes.
Game changer for me when I implemented that into my business, and people now can, if they want to book an appointment with me, I just send them a link and they book it. And I've already decided what time slots are available for what appointments. Game changer. I don't have to spend 15 minutes coordinating a 15-minute phone call anymore. It doesn't have to be on your list, but this would be an asset. It's a piece of software. It's either free or I've had to pay for it or whatever.
We've got 2 more comments here. Someone said automation application, and also said, me too, I need better internet.
Okay, great. Okay, so in here we have this list going, and I'm realizing that some of these things that you've mentioned, like Paula said, she needs a good salesperson. So I'm going to take that out of there and I'm going to put it into down here, right? It's something that somebody needs. It's not something that you have already. Okay, it's something that you need to develop, right? So is there anything else in the list above under the use row? Anything else in here that we need to move down?
Solid plan needs to move down
Okay.
because that's a development portion, is it not?
Yeah. That's in development. Okay. But it's not going to be for long after today.
Yes.
Okay, but we're definitely going to put it there. Okay, so here. Probably could have changed my colors. Okay, hold on a second here. Let me go. This is not as easy as it looks to go back to something that we've already typed. Okay, well, you can keep on giving answers or putting them in the chat, and we'll stack them up there while I figure out how to work my software properly. Okay.
I think reviewing the solid plan, so it's always improving.
Okay, great. Excellent. Okay. All righty. So I'm really developing patience here.
Oops, sorry.
Create a review solid plan. How's that? Okay. So for some of you, the solid plan might be up here in use and review might be down here under develop, whatever works for you. I think you get my point that, we need to develop things. We need to develop strengths and skills and processes. We need to develop resources like, wait, let me get my proper color here. Like funding, we need money. We need money to do these things, right? We need perhaps grants and loans, but let's chase the money that's been very, very generously provided for us and, still might be. So you get my point with this spreadsheet, with this matrix, is that you're looking at all of the things that you already have. And that, I can't stress that enough, because somebody going to say something?
Oh, sorry, I'm
Okay, no problem. So what, no, I can't stress enough how we need to take a look at what we already have. Like, this is something that, I don't know if it's just me, but this is one of my weaknesses, is like, I have all this great stuff and then I just overlook it and say, I need more stuff. Well, I don't need more stuff. I need to work with the stuff I already have. You know, it's like the same thing in my closet. It's like, I need more clothes. No, I don't. I need to wear the ones I have. Or I look in my fridge. I need some food. I need groceries. And no, I don't. I really have a freezer full of stuff. So I really need to look at the resources that I already have and then say, like, how can I use what I've already, how can I leverage what I already have? Then I might need a few pieces. I might need a few clothing accessories, or, you know, a new pair of shoes, or I might need a couple of groceries to make something with a frozen item. Same thing in business. You know, we already have a lot of things. Are they still worth something to use? You know, do we have some old ideas or flyers or things written, or customers that we could tap into for testimonials or whatever, right? So take an inventory here and put things in the right quadrant of the matrix, because that's really going to help you going forward on really deciding how to problem solve. So let me, first I need to clear these drawings. Okay, and close my annotate toolbar so that when I move forward, they don't follow me. Okay, so here's my example of one of my years of planning. I don't know if it was last year, this year, 2 years ago, whatever, but I recognize that I already had a solid plan. I'm very skilled at certain things. I have a basic knowledge of my customer relationship management software. I had some SOPs, some standard operating procedures. I had a strong brand. Those were capabilities I had listed that I could use. Capabilities that I needed to develop: better time management, more standard operating procedures, more consistency with my sales, more managing multiple projects, and more knowledge of funnels and workflows. So those were things that I had determined that I kind of knew that I needed to upscale my business to get to the next level, okay? Resources that I already had. I had training content, written material. I have a team of people. I have calendar booking software, and I have business advisors that I can tap into, right? And you all have business advisors that you can tap into as well. Brianna and Luke made themselves known and available today. So resources I needed to develop. I needed to develop my buyer journey, which I did. That's my plan, my sandbox system. I needed to develop funding applications. I needed to develop an online store, a marketing plan, and more partnerships. So now I have a pretty good idea of what's in my toolbox and the future tools that I need in my toolbox. Here's where it really pays off with problem solving, okay, is right in here in these paragraphs. So finding a resolution to issues is outside the parameters of this course, but here's an example of how to leverage the knowledge that you've gained by identifying your resources and capabilities. So to problem solve issues that arise, look to the resources and capabilities for items to be leveraged. Some are already available to use and others need to be developed. So for example, resources and capabilities to develop could become one of the priorities of this coming year. If you know that you need to develop a website or an online sales tool, or if you know you need to develop a team of like one new assistant, or you know you need to develop a marketing plan, great. So now you know that you need to develop that. You might make it a priority for this year, okay? We're going to talk about priorities in the upcoming module, but here's a little tip because problem solving isn't really a part of this planning program, but here's how to use this matrix to problem solve. So use this sentence to fill in the objective in the parameters with your goals and issues. So here's the sentence to ask yourself. How might we attain blank given that problem? Okay, so example. How might I attain double the sales given that I only have so much time? Okay, there's a great example to use this as an opportunity to problem solve. So how might I get more sales given that I only have a certain amount of time? That's actually a real problem that I solved when I did this planning work for myself. I said, okay, Penny, you only have so much time in a day. You're doing this, you're doing that, you're traveling here, you're writing all the time, you're putting out marketing material, you're creating programs, you're traveling around, you're delivering programs. How am I going to double my sales? Because I'm always busy doing something. Well, I looked at things like, how can I automate? How can I delegate? How can I afford to delegate to somebody? Well, I looked at, if I took some time to be more disciplined with my sales process, then I would make more sales, which would make more money so that I could pay somebody else to do some of the things that I don't have to do anymore. So you see how might we attain one of your goals, meaning one of your things that you want to develop, right? Given that you have a fundamental issue like lack of resources, lack of time, lack of money, lack of people. And so with that very important question, you can start to brainstorm on possibilities. So I just want to let that cook for a minute. Okay, I'll give you two more examples because I've written them into page 20 of your workbook and they're showing here on your screen. How might we attain the goal of increased sales given that time to find new customers is limited? Well, here's my answers. Based on the things I already have to leverage, I put use. Okay, if I already have it, I put the word use. And if I don't have it, I put the word develop. So I can use my strong brand. Okay, so every time I show up to something, Facebook Live, anything in person, I say, hi, it's Penny Tremblay here from, Play Nice in the Sandbox with Penny Tremblay. I'm always using my brand. I can use calendar booking software for convenient meetings. I use it. Having it is one thing, using it, putting it in my email signature, sending it out to people, forcing people to use that so that things get set up in a organized way so that I'm not scrambling last minute like, oh my gosh, where's that Zoom link? Oh, looking through my emails. No, my system is set up that if they go through the settings, it all lands how it should. Yes, it took me a half a day to figure it out. And yes, it cost me $150 a year to have the software that works for me. But you know what? It has made me a lot of money and saved me a ton of time. So it's worth it. Here's something I need to develop. I need to develop better time management. I need to schedule my time and operate my schedule like it's my boss. Okay. I need consistent sales efforts every single day. I do an hour of sales. I do it from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. every single day because I've gotten disciplined to it. And that's why I've doubled my sales, because not only do I have a plan to do it, but I have found the time to execute that plan, right? My buyer journey, develop one. And I did. I've already done that. So that's an example of using the problem solving to solve issues, right? So here's another problem. How might we attain nurturing online leads, given that I don't even know how to do that with my customer relationship management software? Like, how might we do that? Because I don't know how to do that. It's like, I know it can be done. There's funnels and sales and all these automated things, but like, I'm not a IT wizard. So, you know, how do I do that? Well, I've got 3 of my skills to use, and I've got 3 things to develop. I can use my basic knowledge of my CRM. I can use my written content that I've already written to inspire people to come and, you know, click on things and enter their email address. I can use my training content. Knowledge of funnels and workflows, I'm still in development. Knowledge of buyer journey, I've done that, but it was on my develop list. And my marketing plan, I need to develop it. Okay, so that is an opportunity for you to get some examples on how I've problem solved based on my capabilities to use and develop and resources to use and develop Matrix. Does anyone have an example, an aha moment? Have you determined something in this lesson that makes you go, I need to pay attention to that, or that's going to help me solve a major problem? Let me hear from you.
I've been really failing on discipline, on personal discipline.
Okay.
And when the aha came recently, it was not that we're not going to manage time. Time is a given. There's 24 hours, that's it, it's gone. What we have to do, what I have to do, is develop habits that manage myself.
Yes.
And that's the discipline part. So that's where I'm working.
Very good. I have chills. Thanks for sharing that. Honesty and you know, this is it's in the integrity of being honest and vulnerable about who you are and who you're not. That's where your greatest growth will come from. Thinking that you've got it all together and you know this already, and you know, you know, not being really willing to look at your flaws and your weaknesses that need developing, it just prolongs the process. So, you know, just that was such a good share, Sandra, of recognizing that, yeah, you know, it is about discipline. It is about not so much managing time, it's about managing yourself, right? Managing your, managing the minutes that you have. And one of the tips that I learned when I was doing this planning process a few years ago was about focused time. So we can get pretty distracted, right? I don't know about you, but have you ever tried to like just focus on something for 10 minutes and nothing else? Like, we're addicted to distractions. I say we, maybe you're not, but I realized that I was very addicted to distractions. Like I'd sit there with a problem in front of me and I'd go, yeah, how am I going to solve this? And by the way, I'm hungry, and oh, now the dog needs out, and I wonder what is going on, you know. And so I got a Focus Keeper app on my phone, and it's called Focus Keeper. I noticed the new Apple update has a lot more focus keeping options. But anyways, my point is that I learned to focus for 25 minutes and rest for 5. And focus for 25 minutes and rest for 5. And I do that 4 times in a row, and then I rest for an hour. And so this is called the Pomodoro technique. It's designed to help sprinters run as fast as they can for 25 minutes and then walk for 5 minutes and then run, and then their performance increases. Well, when I first started doing this, I couldn't even stay focused for 25 minutes. I couldn't even stay focused for 5. But it's like teaching a dog to sit. Like you have to keep practicing and over again. And then I realized how great a quality of work I could generate when I was focused. And then I started increasing my intervals of focus from 25 minutes to an hour. But I also realized all the pitfalls, like I can't have any food on my desk. You know, if the dog wants my attention, I tell her to go lay down. If I have to pee or have a tea or anything, I say like, I'm just going to do that when I have my break coming up. And I think in the freedom of being an entrepreneur, we can get into some bad habits, right? It's easy to do. It's easy to take breaks, and it's easy when we're our own boss, which makes it easy not to do some of the important things that need to be done. Great share, Sandra, about that. And habits is the key word there. I love that word habits, you know, when we get into the habit of being productive. Okay, well, I'm done module 2. So I'd say that we're ready to take a break or have a conversation for a few minutes, whatever you guys want to do. Does anybody have questions? You want to unmute, share? Now is a good time. Okay, so let's. All right, who's back? Show me a sign, hand, wave, thumbs up.
A voice, I'm back.
Yay!
Whoops, I keep forgetting to turn that thing off again. Sorry.
Okay, great. Awesome. How's it going so far?
I needed a coffee refill. You can't see. There we go.
Uh-huh. That looks like Starbucks coffee.
It's from the cafeteria here. It's the last day that they'll be open here in the Pioneer Building. So I'm taking advantage of the last coffee that I don't have to make myself.
Oh, are they leaving for good?
It's just not busy enough here in the Pioneer Building for them to remain open. So it was my last ceremonial coffee, and the girl that's always been there, she's retiring in a couple months. So I decided to see her before she left.
Well, that's very nice of you to support her.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, times are changing, right? I went out for my first lunch when I got asked if I was vaccinated and all that yesterday. That was interesting. So, okay, Liz said, great content. And what? Is she leaving?
It looks like she might have to step out at 12:45. I have a group online at 1 p.m. Thank you so much for the session. So she's probably just letting us know now. She's stepping out in a half an hour.
Okay.
Well, you'll get the recording, Liz, so don't worry about that. But thank you for letting us know.
Yes, and thanks for being here too, and for staying as long as you can, and reach out if you need some help along the way. I'm more than happy to help. Okay, so goal setting, module 3. This is exciting. If you thought the last pieces were exciting, this is really exciting because in this segment, what we're going to do is, based on that 10-year plan or that big goal that you had set, we're going to kind of think down from that, but up from now 3 years ahead. So by connecting to that big vision, where do you see yourself in 3 years? All right. Now, the reason that we don't try to develop the fine minutia of a 5-year plan is because a lot can change, right? So 3 years is looking ahead, but it's not looking too far ahead. And so what we have an opportunity to do here is in your workbook on page 21, which I will share here in a moment. Not there. Hold on, try that again. Okay. Ta-da, here we go, goal setting. All right, so now that you know who you are and what you're doing, you can create a picture of what your business will look like 3 years from now. And in this section, we're going to do some forward thinking and some calculations to set goals that are challenging, but they're realistic to achieve. So we want to create that balance of like how to challenge ourselves, but let's keep them realistic as well. And we're going to create a vision and foresee the revenue and profit goals in the few years ahead so that we can determine and list priorities that need our attention in the upcoming year. So in this particular section, I want you to think about your revenue goals. Okay, so first of all, you need to determine your date. So what date are we talking about? Your 3-year plan. Are we talking about 3 years from October 1st, 2021 or whatever? Okay, so write in a future date there or determine a future date and then set a revenue goal. You know, people say, well, how do I do that? I don't know, pull it out of thin air. Go pick the greatest, biggest cherry from the cherry tree that you can think up that is a great vision. It's a great stretch and challenge for you, but it's also somewhat realistic. So you've heard me say a couple of times that I doubled my income year after year. And so I'll tell you my numbers if you want to hear them. When I got serious about being responsible for my time and my money, I was bringing in a very low amount. When I sat with my planning coach, I'm just remembering this with Vicky Mantha, I was sitting at a coffee shop. I showed her my sales and she's like, yeah, so we're going to need to increase those. And, you know, I think that there's great value in having a coach, you know, that is like the compassion queen of straight talk, as Sandra said, because we need a reality check sometimes. So I thought, well, you know, it would be a stretch to double that, but my number was 31,000 or something, you know, like it was low. It was low considering that wasn't just what I was paying myself. That's like everything coming into the business. And so I decided to double it. I thought, okay, well, I'm gonna try and do twice as much sales. I mean, it's not necessarily doing twice as much everything I've been doing. It's just twice as much sales. If I can do twice as much sales, twice as much revenue, then that would be my goal. So I've learned to double my sales. I'll tell you another story. There was a woman in your area. She is in Prince Edward County, and she was a client of mine through Paro. And she told me that she wanted to have a new element added to her business. She's in the bed and breakfast business. She wanted to rent out her space for weekend workshops, and that was going to give her more revenue so that she could maintain her property. So I got clear with her on what her expenses were. We have a worksheet for that. And it was very clear, excuse me, that if she didn't double her income, she didn't double her revenue, she wasn't going to be able to sustain her business. So she looked at me like a deer in the headlights. And I said, so did you want to double your income next year? And she's like, well, want to, yes. Can I? Do I have the wherewithal? Do I have the skills? I don't know. So we set up a plan so that she could. And she just called me 2 days ago and she said, I have tripled my August revenue from 2 years ago. I've tripled it. So that makes me very happy as a business consultant who, you know, can help somebody just plug in a bigger light bulb. You know, imagine that you have a desk lamp and it has a low watt bulb and it's on your desk and it provides a little bit of light. And you say, yeah, I can manage with this light. Like I can handle this. But imagine you took out that light bulb and you plugged in a flood lamp and your room lit up like crazy. Well, that's what I'm talking about when I say plug in a bigger light bulb, you know? So you get to decide, where do you want to be in 3 years? I told you a couple of stories. It is possible. You don't have to double your income. You could say, I want to, you know, be more free with my time, or I want my kids to be involved in my business, whatever it is. I want you to think about the revenue that you can set as a target. You know, whether you hit it or not, how you hit it or not is not in question right now. Just pick something, okay? And of that revenue, what will the profit be after expenses? Because, you know, if you're bringing in $100,000 and it's costing you $98,000 to bring in 100, well, that's $2,000 profit. You might want to rethink that strategy. So I want you to set some numbers for revenue and profit, and then I want you to document what the vision looks like. Okay, so this is a great team activity. If you have a team, you may decide to use 5 or 10 bulleted points that encompasses some or all of the following. You know, like, what's the quality of your people? What kind of office space or size or equipment do you have? What systems do you use? Systems like, you know, here's our checklist or binder, or here's our manual, or here's our, you know, because your team might not necessarily be your team in 3 years. They might have come and gone, and you want to be able to have things documented so you can orient people quickly. What kind of technology do you want to use? What kind of customers do you want to have? What kind of products and services do you want to have? What kind of lifestyle? What kind of work-life balance? These are some of the important things that I think is worth considering when you put a 3-year plan together. So that being said, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to think about that and to jot down some of this information that I've recommended on page 22. Oh, sorry. I don't really give you space to do this on page 21. Don't use page 22 because page 22 is used for something else. So just write it on page 21. A vision that you want to be living in 3 years. And while you're doing that, I'm going to run and get mine because who was it? Who asked? Renee, I think, asked about my plan, my method of making sure I keep this in front of me all the time. So I'll be right back. All right. Hey, Sandra, nice to see you. So here's my very high-tech planning document, okay? It is a sheet of paper and it's back and front and it's in a sleeve. It's in a sleeve because I read it every day and I, drink coffee near it, and it would look like a rather tattled piece of paper in a year, but I literally read this every single day of my life. Except maybe not on weekends, but in my morning practice, I read this. This is my 1-year plan, okay? My 3-year plan is, it's 1 page. That's it, just 1 page, and it's written. And it comes from my actual planning document, okay? I have a planning document and things are written into it in more detail. But the 3-year plan isn't written with all the fine minutia of details. It's just like abstract, So I'll read you mine if you want. And it encompasses all areas of my life. So this is a little bit more personal than just business, but I say lakefront summers and oceanfront winters make a wonderful life balance in Canada and the USA, my kids and my sweetheart. The business grows, our health and safety is solid, and we enjoy dancing, golf, socials, and cuddle time. Told you it was personal. I am Canada's Tony Robbins and Amanda Gore, strong, powerful, and influential, making a huge difference. Our beautiful children continue to grow big in all the currencies of life. We are happy, healthy, wealthy, and wise. Our outdoor patio is spectacular, and we entertain in the outdoor kitchen and the hot tub. The North Bay home is a beautiful, peaceful, private waterfront property with gorgeous sunsets and plenty of room for guests, clients to enjoy. There's lots of space for toys and recreation. I feel at ease, grace, peace, love, and joy in our 2 homes. So that's it. That was more personal than I remembered. I don't read this every day. The actual business, the actual business 3-year plan, what does it look like? Might in my planning document might be a little bit more detailed with actual business stuff. But one of the challenges that I gave you at the beginning in one of the activities was wrap your personal stuff into this as well, because you're not just a business person, you're a whole person, right? And balance is so important to me. I recognize that I really can't be effective if I'm not well balanced. So I'm just looking for anything else I can share with you on my 3-year plan that's right in front of me right now. And yeah, it's not. I'd have to go digging. But anyways, let me hear from you. Hey, Renee, nice to see you. So who wants to share like some of the ideas that you have for your 3-year plan?
I can go.
Okay.
So my 3-year plan, I'm starting for like today. Why wasting time, right? I would like to have at least 30 small cafes and specialty grocery stores with a minimum order of 1,500 each. I would have to have like a full-time staff, and I'm not close to an idea of a partner. That's my 3-year plan, 30 stores.
30 stores.
From Toronto to Ottawa.
Great. Okay. Excellent. And so that purchase $1,500 each per year or per month?
Per month.
Okay. Excellent. So that's really great. Now you can calculate your revenue, right?
Yep.
And then what would your profit goal be?
I would like, of course, the numbers that I'm giving that you, it's gross. Okay. It's gonna be a little less than half. It all depends, like the kind of help I'm gonna be hiring, how much they're gonna cost, you know. By then, do I have more than one or not? So like this, I still don't know, of course.
Okay.
But roughly, let's put a little less than half. That would be my net.
Okay. Excellent. So you have a number for your profit then, right?
Yeah. An estimate. It can be a little less than that, but it is in a range of the income that I wish to generate from this business for myself. That, let's put this way. I have a number in my mind, how much I want for myself in the end of the day. And if I don't reach this number, maybe I need to get more stars or double, I don't know, but I want to get into the number that I want to live with.
Absolutely. Good for you. How can you hit a target that you don't even have, right? So now you have a target, so you can strive to hit it. And the worst thing that can happen is you don't hit it. You know, the best thing that can happen is you hit it twice as far. But at least you have a game plan now. At least you have a number to build a game plan around, I should say. Okay, great. Anybody else want to share what you have gathered for your 3-year goal setting? Go ahead, Sandra.
Mine is more on the personal side,
Okay.
because I think when I get my packages going properly, the money will come along on its own properly. Mine is, I got caught in the pandemic in Uganda, and it cost $8,000 to come home, but that was my first experience on business class. And these old bones, I think my game will be, my drive will be able to do one good trip a year, business class, on those long trips. And that means that I need to be able to get my revenue up to, I'm working with a coach right now, says 10K is peanuts. I don't know, a month. So I put out 3 years at 20K a month. And out of that, I would have a well-paid virtual assistant and have a nice profit of 100,000.
I love it. I love it so much. And so proud of you for, recognizing that these numbers are scary sometimes to say, and
They are.
they're scary to say, but when you say them to somebody else or a coach or the people that are around this table today, nobody's batting an eyelash. They're like, yeah, absolutely. If that's what you want to order from the catalog of the universe, it's gonna deliver. And the interesting thing is that it does happen once you set your mind and you set your dial and you create a plan and you start acting as if it's already happening. Sometimes I have to coach myself and other of my clients who I coach to really receive what's coming in, right? Like sometimes stuff is coming in and they're like, and they're doubting it. Or they're like, I don't know if I can handle this, and I say to them sometimes, I say, look at my friend Corinne is one example. And I just said to her the other day, I said, look at, this is how rich people live. So get used to it.
And that, what else worked really well for me was through this process I've been going through for the last number of years, but now I'm getting finally to a point, is the choosing of the words. So first I thought life coach, and then they said, well, what's that? Like, what are you doing? And went from life coach, okay, well, a relationship coach. And then we got exploring that. I really don't put couples together. Well, what do? I get clarity. Do you really? Clarity on what? And so then my final one, where I think I'm going to be resting, is executive coach, because my target is going to be highly successful, strong, determined women who have got it all. They've got their career, their house, their finances, everything. And people look at them and say, you've got it all. And there they are, hurting, saying, what the hell was that all about? Like, what's it for? And so from there, I was getting into too much stuff. And I am working with people where I'm getting into too much stuff, pushes me to a generalist. So now I'm diving deeper into just uncovering the root cause of their challenge. So like you, possibly if it's divorce work, I mean, I'm trained in that as well, but you know, just like you do mediation and so on, but your big thing is play nice in the sandbox. So that's really resonating for me to Coach Sandra, Compassionate Queen, straight talk, get to the root of the problem. And then if some other side stuff comes on, that's fine, but my branding has to be really short and clear. I'm learning finally. Whoops. I'll get off here now.
Yeah, I and what else is resonating with me is get to the root of the problem, right? Get to the root of the problem. Okay, wow, there's so much richness there. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else want to share some of your 3-year goal plan, ideas that you've got? Want to share, Renee?
Well, for me, it's all dreaming right now. And by that I mean I've gone from word of mouth kind of business, if you want to say, to now taking it as a full time. And so that this year is the first year for that. So before, when it was word of mouth, it was just in the $3,000 for the year scenario. And so coming up from there now, it's just like, well, yes, I absolutely know that thousands per month is possible. Many are doing it. I have not necessarily had that kind of flow, just meaning hitting that, but I've not had infrastructure either. So there you go. So when I hear 1 year, 3 year, I'm just like, well, where to begin? Where to begin? Yeah, that's a different realm for me. So I'm starting even in the place of, okay, 1 year from now, I would consider, of course, I'd consider it a great success to have like $15,000. But to me, it's like, it's the same kind of thing of even what happened with the 1 year goal of the views, the subscriptions. So I know this can change in a moment if I have things lined up and if I have goals that I'm hitting. But yes, that's not necessarily been my domain, but I'm getting there.
Okay, that's great. Well, keep on showing up, because your energy and smile and glow and radiance is like really contagious. I'm pretty much the queen of honesty too. So I'll tell you exactly what I think, and that's exactly what I think. Keep showing up, keep that smile, and keep your camera on, keep showing up to people face to face and with honesty and integrity. I think that, it's not my place to set your goal, but if 1 year satisfaction would be 50, then, I don't see why it wouldn't be 150. Because you see, like early on in the stages of scaling up, you have to figure out how to do something that works. And then once you figure out how to do something that works because it's starting to bring in money, you can look at, how do I do more of it? How do I nurture my leads? How do I ask for referrals? How do I meet new people and nurture my existing clients? And so doubling is kind of it's so possible. Like the lady that owns the Airbnb, that's how we did it. I said, well, you want to bring in more customers. What about your existing customers? Are you keeping in touch with them? No, I'm not. Well, how can you keep in touch with them? Well, start collecting their contact information and nurture them and send out cards or send out an email or send out or make phone calls and say, hey, I really enjoyed you as a guest. Would you like to come back next year? Would you like me to call you next year? I mean, it's so much about making connection and keeping in touch with people and keeping your pulse on your customers, and the sales do come. I think doubling when you start getting into, your higher end, like going from 500 to $1 million, I think that's a big stretch to do in a year. But I think that, when we start getting traction, we can double things fairly efficiently. We can double things fairly quickly.
Thank you for all of that. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're on to our 1-year plan. Okay, so I want you to look on page 22. Basically, it looks a lot like page 21, except now we're looking at more of the finer minutia of details where we can, we can start to get things looking fairly predictable because we're going to think it up. We're going to dream it up. We're going to dream up the actual details of, like, how should this be looking right now, right? So map out what you want to accomplish this year. Start with your specific measurable accomplishments and the ideas or intentions that it will look like when you hit your goals. So backing up to the 10-year plan that we did in module 1, you'll go back to that mind map because you've already mapped it out, right? And as Sandra pointed out, watch your language, watch the words that you choose to use. How I say that here on the slide is I say, be clear and be precise with your details, but be careful because the universe is listening, right? And so be specific. So there was a time in my life that I had to move. I chose to move out of a long-term relationship, and I was setting myself up as an independent woman. And one of the things I'd been writing for years is lake view in the summer, ocean view in the winter. Well, I moved into this old farmhouse on a dusty ranch, and there was no lake that I could see in sight. But when I was crawling into bed on my very first night, I looked out my bedroom window, and across the front lawn, across the highway, there was a lake. I could see it from my bedroom window because I was up on the second floor, and I could see it. And I'm like, oh, lake view. I have lake view, just what I asked for. And then I thought, but I need to be more specific because I don't just want to look at a small lake on the other side of the highway from my bedroom window. I want to be on the lake. Like, I want to be dipping my toes into the water and seeing that beautiful view from my kitchen counter where I spent a lot of time. So this is what I mean by be specific. Okay. Write the fine minutia of the detail, like the guy who manifested his ideal wife by writing all of the details of what she looked like and the fine detail of her hair and quality. And then he realized he had to be the type of guy that attracts that, but at least he had a plan, right? So the 1-year plan on the worksheet, it's definitely going to start with a future date and a revenue and a profit goal. But in the what does it look like section, ideally, envision your ideal life and your business from the visionary mindset. Like, imagine you're sitting on a blank white canvas and you have every color and every brush and pencil and pen and tool to create like whatever you want, whatever you want. And you know, if you do that in your 10-year target mind map that we did in module 1, you'll have a really clear idea of how you're going to like what you could do, like what's right in front of you that you could do this year. One of the stories that I tell people about planning is that for that long range plan, that 10-year plan, you don't need to see the whole distance, because you know, it's like driving from Belleville to Toronto in the dark. If you have your headlights on and you're driving in the dark, you can see what's in front of you, i.e. you can see year 1, but you can't see beyond your headlights. But once you get to where your headlights, you know, used to shine, your headlights will shine the next distance, and so on and so on. So the whole path will become illuminated along the way, but you can't see it all in the beginning. It's not a matter of seeing how it's going to happen, just what you need to do right now. And right now is within this first year. So goals for this year, I highly recommend that you list 4 to 7 goals that you'll focus on this year that will move you closer to your 10-year plan. And there's space to do that on page 23 of the workbook. 4 to 7 is lots. And you know, that's proven by scientists and behavior, people who study human behavior, because it's easier to focus and accomplish and nail 4 things than it is to focus on 25, right? So like less is more, pick your things, hammer down and get those done. And then the next thing that you'll want to look at is, to achieve those goals, what priorities do you want to accomplish this year? And there could be many priorities that you've identified during this planning process already, like when you're looking at your issues and you're looking at important things that you need to do to scale. But decide what has to be executed to keep you on track for your first year for these goals. What are your priorities for this year? Like, for example, if you decide that you need a website, you know, like you need a mothership so that all things can link back to all of your online orders, or, you know, more information, social media, and so on, and you don't have that mothership yet, well, that's a good priority. Or if you've got an actual brick and mortar location or need one, you know, or you need a salesperson, well, that's your priority. Then write it down. Okay. So there's goals and priorities. And the difference is that the goal is the concept, but the priority is the actual one task or one item that you need to do to get there. So this is not an item like sales that has to be done every day, or prospecting that has to be done every day, or accounting that has to be done every month. This is like, I need a new website, or I need to find salespeople. I need a new virtual assistant. I need, okay, so these priorities you can list, and also you can find some sort of an order to them, because you might not be able to do all 7 overnight, or all 4, or however many that you set up. So you might want to say, well, first I need to do this, and then I need to do that. And you know, you'll start to find some succession to these, knowing what should be coming next in an ordered fashion. There's a video that I want to play. So we'll just try and load that up and make sure that it's going to play, and that everybody's going to hear it. Okay. It's slowly loading. All right. So this is, this comes from, it comes from Stephen Covey and Roger Merrill's book called First Things First. But basically, I think it has a history before that. Okay, I've got it loaded up here. So now I need to figure out where my tools went, because they bounce around on me. What are you seeing? Oh, you're still seeing my spreadsheet. Okay, that's why. Okay. There we go.
There's a well-known story about a university professor who wanted to make a point about how we make the most of our time. The professor stood before his class with some items in front of him. When the class began, without speaking, he picked up a large empty jar and proceeded to fill it with rocks about 2 inches in diameter. He then asked the students if the jar was full. They agreed that it was full. So the professor then picked up a box of pebbles and poured them into the jar. He shook the jar lightly and watched as the pebbles rolled into the open areas between the rocks. The professor then asked the students again if the jar was full. They chuckled and agreed that it was indeed full this time. The professor picked up a box of sand and poured it into the jar. The sand filled the remaining open areas of the jar. Now, said the professor, I want you to recognize that this jar signifies your life. The rocks are the truly important things, such as family, health, and relationships. If all else was lost and only the rocks remained, your life would still be meaningful. The pebbles are the other things that matter in your life, such as work or school. The sand signifies the remaining small stuff and material possessions. If you were to put sand into the jar first, there is no room for the rocks or the pebbles. The same can be applied to your lives. If you spend all your time and energy on the small stuff, you will never have room for the things that are truly important. Pay attention to the things in life that are critical to your happiness and well-being. Take time to look after your health, play with your children, go for a run, write a letter to your grandmother. There will always be time to go to work, clean the house, or watch TV. Take care of the rocks first. The things that really matter, set your priorities. The rest is just pebbles and sand.
Okay.
So the job of the writer is not to supply the ideas.
Okay, I just have to get set up here again. Okay. Who is learning about that concept for the first time about rocks? You are? Okay. Brianna, you must really like that video then. Okay. Okay. So the way that gets presented to us, makes sense when we look at the slide that I had that I've got coming back here in a second, with the rocks in the jar, right? So, so when you look at the slide, it makes sense now why there's a jar with rocks in it. Okay. Now that video was mostly about your personal life, right? But in this case, I want you to think about it from a business perspective, because there's so many things that you could be doing, right? That what I really want you to discern is, what are the rocks? What are the things that you need to be doing? And you need to be putting them in your jar first. And then there will be pebbles, and then there will be sand, which is all the other stuff, right? And the way that this works is, if you put the sand in first, the rocks don't fit in. If you put the pebbles in first, the rocks don't fit in. If you put the rocks in first, both the pebbles and the sand fit in, and you're getting the important stuff done. So the rocks are the priorities. They're the important things. And I know as this all comes down to time now, you know, as how do I find the time to do all this stuff and all the things in my plan? Well, you have to put your rocks in first. So your priorities on page 23, those are rocks. Okay. Rocks are not measurable. They're not numbers. They're not like how many sales and how many calls do I have to make? Rocks are more like making time for sales. Okay, that's a rock. Getting my website functioning properly, getting my website collecting leads, hiring a salesperson. Okay, so when Paula hires her salesperson, she hopefully, that was me knocking on wood, won't have to do that again. She'll have her salesperson. And then her next rock might be training her salesperson, or, you know, learning the sales process to teach her salesperson or something. So typically rocks, or these priorities, are one-off things. It's like one and done. You get it done. You get your standard operating procedure manual done. You get your accountant hired and your QuickBooks software set up and your connection to your bank account, and boom, you're done. It requires some maintenance along the way, but now you've cleared that off your plate. All that part of the business is taking care of itself, or automated, or whatever, delegated. And all you have to do is lead it now and look over it, and moves you on to other things. So that is the, you know, the explanation of rocks and the video. But however, you might want to consider all the rocks of your whole life that are important, because you're not going to be much of a business person if you're not well, right? And when I say well, I mean physically and mentally, and perhaps spiritually, if that's important to you. Perhaps another one of your rocks is wealth, you know, not just having a business that functions, but like, how are you being taken care of, and how is this going to take care of you long into the future, and so on. So Rome wasn't built overnight. It doesn't have to all be done in one day, 1 year, but you know, we do need to decide what our priorities are. And this is really important, because as we move into module 4, which is now, we need to know what our priorities are, because we're going to end up with the second most important part of this whole program, which is everything you need to do in a year, all on one sheet of paper. And this is where people go, oh, thank you. It's like the windshield wiper I talked about earlier this morning, where, you know, I've got my plan on paper, and my paper can remember, so I can forget. So it's like a windshield washer goes by and clears my path, my view for today. Now I know what I need to do today, because everything I need to work on this year is all on paper, and I'll get to it. And it's like a brain dump. And it's just this amazing feeling of like this sense of overwhelm just goes away, and you go, yes, I'm going to have a new website done in April 2020, but I don't have to think about that today. Or if I have an idea, maybe I just write it down for April 2020, but I don't have to have all this cluttering my mind. So module number 4, we're moving on to that. It's 1 o'clock. We're on for the next 45 minutes. It's not going to take that long to get through this. So do you want to take a break, or do you want to keep going? Let's put it this way. You want 10? Okay, so let's take 10. Okay, because I think that's what Sandra meant, right? Okay, so let's meet back here at 1:12. Okay. It's that time. I think I'll wait until 1:13 just to make sure that everybody's back. We are on the home stretch. Did you start the recording again? You did, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the home stretch is about tracking and accountability. Brianna, now's a really great time to put the Excel spreadsheet in the chat because we're going to use that. I'm going to show it in a minute. We're going to look at a tracking sheet. So basically, this module is all about measuring your progress. So let me start by telling you a story that you can all relate to. So imagine that we are all going to the Super Bowl game, and we got invited. We're all going as a group. We're the Trenval business group team, and we walk in late because traffic in Toronto is really prevents us from getting there on time. And the Super Bowl is in Toronto, and Toronto is playing. I don't even know if we have a CFL team, but let's just say we do. And we sit down, and what's the first thing we look for when we walk into a game? And then what? What do we do?
Look for our seats.
What do we do, Brianna?
Do we not look for our seats, or do we grab a beer? Which one? Depends on if it's a guy or a girl.
Sorry, tell me again. My sound was off.
You usually look for your seats. For most people, guys, they look for the concession stand for a beer.
Okay. And then when you get what you need and you're sitting down, what do you look for?
The game.
Okay. Well, what about the game? What do you need to know?
Who's playing? How are the players playing? They're watching the game, their strategy, and then you yell at the team that you want to win, or you yell at the team that you want to lose.
But how do you know? How do you know who's winning and losing?
By the jerseys.
By the jerseys. Okay. And how do you know what's the score?
The scoreboard, the big sign.
Yes, that's important, right?
Yes.
We need to know where we're at. We need to know, are we winning? Are we losing? How much time do we have left? Where are we at? Are we in the first quarter, the fourth? How many minutes? So this is what we're talking about now, right? We've already assembled our team. We already have a strategy to win. Now we need to know, how's our play? How are we doing? And so in this particular module, this is where we start measuring our progress, right? And the very first quote at the top of page 24 in your workbook says, anything that is measured and watched is improved. And I think that, that's because we are staying close and connected to it, but also when we're really focusing on something, we get more of it, right? So if we're focusing on sales, we get more sales. If we're focusing on money and the abundance of, or the income of, we get more. When we're paying attention, it's like the universe gives us more of that which we're paying attention to. So we're going to be paying really close attention. As Renee asked, I think it was Renee, how do you stay close to your plan rather than writing the plan and putting it on the shelf? This is how we're going to do it. So we're going to first talk about measurables. All right. Now, measurables are things that you decide that you want to measure. Some people call them KPIs, key performance indicators. I call them measurables. It's like the things that are specific and use numbers to evaluate our progress. And every business is unique, so we're all going to have different items to measure for tracking success. But it's also important that you learn to track the right things. And that's why in the very beginning in module 1, when we looked at what's working and what's not working, actual module 2. You know, we celebrated our successes. We looked at what's working and what's not working. And I said at that point, if there's anything that you wish that you were measuring, write it down, because you're going to need it in module 4. So here's some examples for numbers that entrepreneurs are tracking weekly. Okay. What's their revenue that week? What's their cash balance? What's their weekly sales? What's their accounts receivables and payables? Perhaps it's, and I'm not saying you need to track all of these things. In fact, the more simple you can make your tracking, but the more accurate, let me say that again. You want to be measuring the right things. So the fewer right things is better than the more right things, right? So you want to make sure that you're tracking the important things, even though there just might be a few of them. But here's a whole bunch of options. I read you the first column already. Warm leads, outreaches, information packages out, proposals out, sales, customer satisfaction, customer project status, blog posts, social media engagement, samples of free products or sessions or whatever. These are all things that you could be measuring. Question is, what should you be measuring? And that's a personal thing. So one of the things that you want to do once you define what you're measuring is you want to create a scorecard. But before we do that, I want to go to your workbook on page 25, and let's take some time to put together sorry, I'm advancing the wrong way here. Page 25, let's take some time to determine what are some key metrics that you want to measure to hit your goals. So,
Can you give us a definition of key metrics? Every time I hear that word, I think, I have no idea what I'm tracking.
okay.
What
Well,
are metrics?
let's come up with some for you. So tell me your revenue goal for year 1.
Sorry, okay, where did I put that? I think I put 60,000, I'd be happy the first year.
So 60,000, and what would your
Oh,
profit?
I did 80,000, and I said the profit would be 40,000.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna have the VA and some other costs.
Okay. Now, how many clients, and this is a really great question. I'm so glad you asked it, because this is how you can kind of reverse engineer what you should be tracking. Okay. How many clients do you, need to be earning 80,000?
Okay, my lovely clients I've got right now are all on the pro bono, as I'm they're all friends, but I'm looking at packages that would be 1,000 to 1,200 a month.
Okay, and some coach told you that 10,000 isn't out of reach for people to buy like an annual package for you.
Well, no, for me, for my income. So if I had them $1,000 a month, I would need 10 clients.
Okay, so you already know this. So $1,000 a month times 10 clients gives you $10,000 in revenue a month. Okay, so perhaps one of the metrics that you need to hit is 10 paying clients at $1,000 a month.
Okay.
Very good, excellent. Such a great question. Thanks for bringing it home for us, to understand this.
Well, it's helping me get through the mess too. So
right. Okay.
Somebody else gets it. That's good.
Yeah. So, okay. So what else do you need to measure? Let's ask another question to Sandra. What is it going to take for you to get 10 clients?
First, I have to get really clear on exactly what I do, dig down to the ideal client and stay with my core value of getting to the root cause. So I have to really get sharp. I don't know what word to use, it narrowed down, dig deep.
You need to be clear with your niche and your, you need to complete module 1. That's what you need to do, right?
Okay, yes.
All right, so once that's done, what do you like? How? Let me ask the question differently. To get 10 clients, how many clients do you think that you'd have to?
Well, I'll maybe make it easier for you here. I started out 38 years ago in the life insurance business. And the rule of thumb there was you make 10 calls. I would measure people I spoke to. So I would make the phone calls and I only counted the ones that actually picked up, answered, and had a conversation. That was my first thing. But I would make 10 calls to get 3 appointments, and out of that, 1 sale. So the old 10-3-1 rule proved true even while I was green and just learning. So I'm kind of feeling like I'm green and learning with this new process here. So I'm kind of hanging with the 10-3-1. If I can do that, those numbers will get better as I get moving.
Okay, so you definitely have all the information. So perhaps something else that you want to track is how many calls. And however you might want to say that, I said outreaches on the slide above. You could say, you said actually people I get to talk to. So you might have to dial 40 times to get 10 people to talk to, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So 10 conversations.
Yes.
All right. And you also, on the third line of what you need to measure, is appointments, because you said out of 10 calls, you get 3 appointments.
Yes.
And also on another line that you have to measure is number of sales.
Right.
Right. Also on another line, you measure something that will give you 10 people to call in the first place. So where do you?
Bingo. No, there's no more phone calling. I grew up like with phone calls, and I just have my head dancing like, okay, I can keep giving free, just giving information and doing content. But I haven't figured out how to replace phone calls.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you that you don't have to replace phone calls. And for everyone else on this call, I want you to understand that there's a method that you make your sales. Now, it's not necessarily phone calls for you, but it's phone calls for me, and it's phone calls for Sandra. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what do you need to do to get to the point of a phone call? You know, I told you, I just walked into Trenval one day in a snowstorm and said, can I talk to somebody? That's door knocking.
Yes, I've done that too. Yes.
So that worked. Look at me now. Here I am again. Thank you very much, Brianna, for thinking of me again. But the reality is I'm usually courting somebody. I'm meeting somebody. I'm putting them in my CRM, like my list of customers. I'm sending them out an introductory something, whether it be an email or I'm leaving a voice message on their phone at work, or I'm introducing myself to them on LinkedIn. And then that exchange turns to the next exchange, which might be, you know, sending them an email or some information. And then I'm following up, and then I'm following up again. And I'm, you know, sending a card, like I'm building relationships, right? But just so you know, Sandra, I don't make a sale without a phone call.
Okay. Oh, yes. No,
No,
yes.
I don't. And that's just because of the way that I know that I close business. I mean, sometimes people just email me and say, hey, we want you, and here's our budget, or hey, we want you, what's your price? And okay, but typically there's a phone call. And so my question, I'll go back to my original question. What does it take for you to get to call 10 people? Like, what has to happen before you even have 10 people to call?
And I would say that is my challenge, because you can get on to social media, for instance, which is what I'm, since I'm home and I'm getting around better in social media, probably using Facebook for my beginning, and LinkedIn will be another. But then, you know, you can go right down the rabbit holes, because then they say, oh, what's your Instagram account? And I'm thinking, oh shit, I can't keep going on with all of these because I'm down another rabbit hole. But I guess what I'm going to be doing with this coach that I'm working with will be choosing 2 or 3 groups on Facebook and maybe on LinkedIn that are my target market, and then just getting in there, commenting and building relationship first. I mean,
okay, good. And so you've got a wealth of nuggets there. I would say, to make it clear, if you need 10 conversations, then
Okay.
you need to make X number of connections. Now, connections could be coffee, meetups, it could be LinkedIn connections, Facebook, whatever's, but how many connections do you need to make to get to the point of making 10 phone calls? Would that be like 50 or?
that I have no idea.
Or take a guess, pick something.
Let's go 50. I don't know.
All right, so 50. Okay, so now that's another measurable thing. Okay, so if you have 50 connections, so let's say
Okay.
if you have 50 prospects, then you can get to a point of making 10 calls. And if you can get to a point of making 10 calls, you can make 3 appointments, and then you can make 1 sale.
Yeah.
Okay, this is very, very good. I'm so glad you stepped up with this question, because it helps everybody understand what it takes before a sale is made. Your business might not be like Sandra's business or my business, but my business is a lot like yours. And
Okay.
what I realized after a year or 2 of planning and execution is that I was measuring the wrong things. I was measuring sales as a measurable, but what I really need to measure is what you call appointments. I call proposals. I need to get proposals out. The more proposals that I can get out, the more sales that I'm going to get in. So why am I focused on sales when I really need to focus on proposals? And the same thing with you. Why be focused on sales when you really need to be focused on appointments? Like, an appointment's a win, right?
Yeah.
And who said today, was it was about learning math? Okay, this is math. This is just simple math. I mean, it's the probability of, you know, if I give you a deck of 52 cards, there's a good probability there's 4 aces in there. So you just have to keep turning over a card. And so what do you need to track? You need to track cards turned over, not aces. Right?
Right.
You're going to turn over an ace eventually. So this is all about learning what you need to measure.
You know, I'm just going to share this because I've had my heels in the mud probably for a decade, knowing that I'm really good at what I do, but to start in, I remembered what a hell it was going through those first 5 years in the life insurance business way back when. And I had it in my head, I don't want to live through that again. But here we are, and recognizing the last 2 or 3 years that really there's no way around it. You have to have the conversations, and to have a conversation, you have to have your program, and to have a program. So yeah, right back, this whole thing is absolutely straight on. And there's, when it comes down to the final word, nothing is going to replace picking up the phone, however that will be, with an email or a Zoom, and having the conversation. It cannot be avoided.
And you know what? I couldn't have said it better myself. Everything's come full circle for you. You realize that even though you have decades of training and the world has gone into this technology, extravaganza that you feel like you can't keep up with, the base skills that you have are still the base skills that you need.
Yeah, and that's true, because the technology, you know, like my head would hurt, and so I go along and I push through for about a month, and then I think, oh shit, you know, because then I have to have that and that and that, you know, your Calendly and your CRM, and it just overwhelms me. So now I have my eye on a VA that I think is going to work out quite well with me.
Yeah.
And if I can remove some of that while that person gets some training and you know, it's going to provide that person with a new career option as well as a VA, looking specifically at the things I need. Anyhow, it's been quite a journey, and it's not for the weak. You want it, you're going to have to really dig in. And the other thing, you know, because I'm still looking after my financial clients, I've got all of that knowledge as well. So it becomes a real challenge to really come back down to the root cause and separate myself out from my years of Toastmasters, my years of prison, and my years of financial.
And there's that word again. And, you know, I think you can start connecting some major dots between your own need to work on getting to the root cause and your clients, same thing, need to get to the root cause of why they're not able to produce or perform, because there's something under the layers, right?
Yeah.
So this is really good work. What I really want to inspire you all to know is that you really don't need anything. You don't need the latest fandangled Calendly CRM. You don't have to have any of this. You just have to have a system that works, that you're consistent with. And I've seen it time and time again. When the pandemic hit, I wasn't all that scared, because you know what? I was waking up with the same insecurities that I wake up with every single day of my entrepreneurial life. I don't have a regular paycheck coming in. I don't know where my next meal is coming from. I still need to reach out, connect with people, build relationships, put my stuff in front of them, listen a lot, share what I know, be kind, give good service. And what I really got is compassion and acknowledgement and empathy for people who don't have my skill set. Those are the people who were scared during COVID, because everything changed and it was out of their control. But I was used to that. You know, the skills of an entrepreneur are always going to be your foundation. So, you know, if you learned how to be successful once, you can just keep doing that. Most millionaires, multi-billionaires will tell you that they got it, lost it, got it, lost it, got it again, lost it again. Like, you know, life didn't just go like whoop, it was like a roller coaster, and you learn the skills along the way. So what I'm showing you here on the screen, I think, is a scorecard. Can you see a scorecard? Yeah, okay. So your scorecard is like when we go to the football game and we look up at the scoreboard, we need to see where we're at. So the measurables are the things that need to be tracked. We need to track, perhaps for Sandra, you know, this might be very much your scorecard. You need to track sales. You need to track how many presentations you do, or in your case, it's appointments. You need to track how many connections that you're nurturing, how many new leads that you're bringing in, perhaps your cash balance, how many information packages you're sending out. You get to decide what you want to measure. Okay. And this is where you might want to have some help and coaching guidance along the way. Reach back out to me or to Brianna or Luke as to like, okay, here's what I think my measurables are. And then the worst thing that can happen is you're measuring the wrong thing, and you realize it next year when you do your planning, or next quarter when you do your review. So speaking of review, I want to move on to the what we call the 90-day action plan. So this is basically, it's on page 27 in your book. Basically, what I encourage you to do is set up a piece of paper with 4 quadrants. Sometimes I just have somebody take a piece of paper if I'm coaching somebody really quick, I say, take a piece of paper and draw a line down the center of, vertically and horizontally. So you've got 4 quadrants. All right. And in each quadrant, label it quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. 90-day cycles or 90-day action plans. All right. Create your action plan in 90-day chunks and schedule your priorities in there. Remember back a few pages ago when we talked about rocks, we called them priorities. Schedule them in. So it might look like, I'll show you in a minute. What you're going to do is you're going to schedule your priorities. If one project is so huge that it won't get done in 3 months, then, divide it into sizable chunks or write it into multiple quarters. What I do is add other consistent action items, like every quarter I do sales and follow-up. Every quarter I look at my strategic plan, for a half day every month. Every month I look back through my scorecards and celebrate my successes, whatever. So this piece right here, dumping all your priorities into the 4 quarters of the following year is where your mind gets dumped out onto paper, and it's such a great feeling. It's just so satisfying. So here's an example that you'll see in the spreadsheet. You'll see in quarter 1, I need to set up my CRM more efficiently. I need to finish my brand manual. I need to write my strategy, blah, blah. It doesn't matter what I've said. I've said things based on what business I am in and where I was at the time that I created this action plan. But what's important is, you see how things are pretty well balanced? Like, not everything's landing in quarter 1 and nothing in quarter 2 or 3 or 4. Like, look at quarter 4. Customer appreciation, that's important every day, but you know what? I don't have time to do it every day. So I'm going to do it once a year, and this is when I'm going to do it. Website search engine optimization. Yeah, it would be nice if that got done in quarter 1 when I did my website. But you know what? The reality is I don't have time to do it in quarter 1. So at least I'm going to do it in quarter 4. So basically what you're doing is you're saying, I'm taking my priorities and I'm spreading them out over the year, and that's when I'm going to get them done. Okay. And you write down when you're going to get them done. And then you try to follow it. Now, trying to follow it and actually following it, there might be a stretch between that, but you can always move things along. If you didn't get it done in quarter 1, you're going to check back with your plan and you'll move it into quarter 2. And that's what I want to show you next, is that you're going to establish a rhythm for success. Okay. This is where you get connected to your plan and you get into a rhythm of looking at it regularly. So annually, I personally take 2 full days and I review last year, create a new plan, and then I spend time, kind of working numbers and looking at my past year and looking at my future, looking at my 10-year plan, adjusting things and typing it up, and then developing, updating the tracking sheets, making a new tracking sheet for the new year, etc. Okay. I do that every year. I told you I do it between Christmas and New Year's. I love doing it. Can't wait. I don't want anyone around me. I go to somewhere private, but if you have a team, you definitely want to involve them in this process, right? I have a team, by the way, but they're contracted people. I have a VA, I have a videographer, I have a graphic artist, I have a data analyst. So I don't really pull them into my planning. I might make some time to ask them some questions or share my plan with them, but right now I'm my whole C-suite.
Can you say who your team is again? You have a videographer.
I have a VA, a virtual assistant. I have an accountant and a bookkeeper, 2 different people, same company. I have a videographer, I have a graphic artist. I have a data analyst. And one of those people I get for free. Ask me how another time. But they're co-op students. But because we're so virtual now, you don't have to have them in your office. So that's been fun. Okay, so quarterly. I take one full day at the end of each quarter, which would be like tomorrow. And like tomorrow, I'll look at quarter 3 and how I did. And if it doesn't take me a whole day, great, I get to do other things, but it's a rock. Like it lands on my schedule like a boulder. It doesn't move. I get that done. I get it done first. I get my rocks done first thing, first thing in the morning so that everything else can wait. Monthly, half a day, review my progress, schedule it in. People say, how do you make time for that? You know how you make time for it? You get your calendar and you write it in on the calendar. You write it in pen, not pencil, and it can't be erased. That's how you get it done. Okay? You've got to let your calendar be your boss. Weekly, this is very valuable. At the beginning of each week, I schedule my week. I already know that Friday I'm taking the whole day off to do my strategic plan review. I already know that Thursday morning I'm with the Trenval Business Center. I already know that Mondays I meet with my VA at 10 o'clock. But I also have a lot of new stuff that's come up, stuff from last week I didn't get done, stuff from this week I've got promised. I sit there, I stare at this plan for an hour. And I don't do it intentionally for an hour. It just takes me that long. I drink my coffee on a, Sunday night. If I'm, I try to do it Sunday night if I don't have anything more pressing going on. But I really I plan my week. And I've learned that by taking that time to plan your week, you're looking at your plan, you're looking at your scorecard, you're looking at your last week, what you didn't get done, you're looking at your things that you need to do this week, and you're looking at your whole life. Like, I need to exercise and I need to, visit my mom or whatever, I put it all in there. And I use the old paper day timer as well as I have an online calendar, but I use this because I need it. I've tried to live without it. I can't. I'm not saying you can't, I can't. So I buy this thing called a passion planner every year. It's very pricey. It's like $70 US. But what I really want is I want columns. Like a hairdresser has like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock. That works for me. This is what I do. I schedule it in. Time blocking. I'm spending this much time every morning, 9 o'clock. Guarantee you probably won't get a meeting with me at 9 o'clock because I'm busy. I'm doing sales. It's on my agenda every day, 9 to 10 o'clock. Because I don't really like doing sales. Well, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that the phone feels like 8,000 pounds when I make that first call. It's like, oh, do I have to do this? But then I get into it and I really like it. So my point is schedule your time. Okay. It's not about prioritizing your schedule. It's about scheduling your priorities. All right. And then daily, here's a top 10 tip called 10 before 10. Okay. 10 before 10. It's not in your material. It's just a special extra bonus tip, and we're 2 minutes over, so I don't want to keep you longer than I said I would, but 10 before 10 is an opportunity for you to get the 10 most important things done before 10 o'clock in the morning. So if somebody said, hey, Penny, want to go golfing at 10:01? I could say, yep, because I've already got my stuff done. And the rest of my day is useful as well, but all my important stuff got done. I've done my spiritual me time. I've checked in with my kids. I've played with my dog. I've checked on my sales. I've done my sales calls. I've, sent out a few nicey nice things, whatever. If I want to go golfing now at 10 o'clock, I'm good. Okay. So the 10 before 10 basically helps you realize that there's a lot more time in the morning before 9 a.m. There's 8, there's 7, 6, 5, 4. And you know what? If you're not getting your important stuff done, get up earlier. Because I guarantee you, you're not getting it done after 7 or 8 o'clock at night anyway. So go to bed earlier and get up earlier. And so those are my tips for, active, I'm a fierce coach because I know that you guys have what it takes to get your goals, to reach your goals. You just need to make some changes, and you're here, and congratulations for being here. This is, a quote that I'm leaving you with, but basically begin the rhythm of staying connected to your plan and let your schedule be your boss, because planning is very, very important for success. And, you have my promise that you will definitely get there with a solid plan. It won't be perfect. It doesn't have to be. But now you've completed the overview of this program, and I know it was a beast and a lot of information. We didn't want to take you for an entire day. We wanted to capture you just for half a day and really stuff you with information and resources. I didn't even get a chance to open the spreadsheet. It's fairly self-explanatory. I can do that now if you want to stay a few more minutes and just show it to you, but respecting your time, I would like to say thanks for coming in. A very special thanks to Brianna for putting this together, and to Amber, and to our sponsors, and let you know that you're free to go if you want to go. And I'm going to load up the spreadsheet if you want to stay for a couple minutes.
I'll just do some closing remarks so I can let our, if you do head out, I just want to say thank you again to all of our partners, Trendval and FedDev. If it wasn't for your donation for this event, it would not be possible today. I want to say thank you to everyone for virtually coming out this Thursday. I hope you all took something away from today's event. If you didn't, I'm sorry. But Penny's fabulous. We've worked together before, and the last time we worked together, it was only a couple hours. But I just want to say thank you, everyone, and hope you have a lovely day. And if you want to stay for this last little bit for this tracking sheet, you're more than welcome to stay.
Okay. So here's the Excel spreadsheet.
Can we unmute for a second and now everybody together say yay?
Yes, sure.
This has been